Andrews Air Force Base, located 8 miles east of Capitol, was where the Air Force One and helicopters used by the president were located. The main objective of this Air Force Base was to provide rapid response capabilities to emergency situations that seriously endanger national security and to provide support for the Air and Space Expeditionary Force. However, just a few minutes ago, a tungsten rod turned this place into ruins. And it was the cause of the earthquake that just happened. At this moment, downtown Capitol. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the city center, but it could not stop the fear in people's minds. Amid the sirens, police cars, explosion-proof vehicles, and armored vehicles rushed to the root of the chaos. They pushed away vehicles abandoned in the middle of the road and lined up on the highway to form a line of defense. The police force took out their pistols and Remington shotguns and squatted nervously beside the police vehicles. On the other side, the heavily armed anti-terrorist force that acted as the main defensive force was on guard. They raised their rifle and explosion-proof shield while their pupils under the helmet were laser-focused. Bang! A rocket overturned the armored vehicle parked in the middle of the road. The police hiding nearby covered their head, but at this moment, there was an intensive wave of bullets that arrived from the other side of the street. The dense bullets blew by like a storm and directly penetrated the hood and door of the police cars. There were countless police that got shot and fell onto the ground with bloody wounds. The prepared special forces had already started to return fire, but against the fierce firepower of the power armors, they were at a disadvantageous position from the very start, and they were pinned down in position. The heavy machine guns on the armor vehicles were effective, but they were up against power armors. In front of agile single-soldier anti-tank weapons, the fragile armor was like a piece of paper, pierced easily by the Python rocket. "This is Baker 1, this is Baker 1. We are under attack by the enemy's armed forces. They are advancing towards the Lincoln Memorial, and we need reinforcement. Fu*K. *T. Where the Fu*K is our army. When I signed up for this job, no one had told me I had to fight in a war." Curled up behind the police car, the middle-aged sergeant clung to the radio in his hand and his roaring voice sounded a little distorted. His arms were covered with blood from the people next to him, and a bullet just grazed his forehead and left an open wound. He was only 1 millimeter away from being shot in the head. The empty shell clanged and fell to the ground, but he didn't dare to peek out behind cover again. Boom! With a muffled sound, the special force soldier squatted next to him suddenly raised his head, then collapsed onto the ground. He screamed in fear when he saw the power armor that crossed through their defensive position. Mentally collapsed, he threw away his pistol and kneeled by the police vehicle with his head covered. "I surrender. I surrender." After a long time, he tremblingly lifted his head from under his arms. His face was completely red. Maybe it was because he threw away his weapon, maybe it was because he was considered not a threat at all. In short, the Celestial Trade Force simply ignored him. And only then did he realize that those people had already gone far. The police in the capital had never encountered such a scenario. Against enemies that parachuted down, perhaps the police in Los Santos and Nouveau York would be slightly more experienced. After all, they had at least rehearsed on set. To deal with ordinary gangsters or terrorists, the well-trained police and special force were more than capable, but their enemy now was not any gangsters or terrorists, but a deadly force that sailed across the ocean seeking revenge. On the other side, in downtown Capitol, dozens of helicopters advanced rapidly from the air. Several fighter squadrons passed over the city. The F-22s and F-35s that took off from the military bases in the neighboring states collided with the formation of Aurora 20s and Wings of Freedoms. As for why they came from the neighboring states, it was naturally because the previous tungsten rod blasted the fabled Andrews Air Force Base and the Air and Space Expeditionary Force stationed there into ruins. But even if it was hit hard, even if everything happened too suddenly, after the orbital strike landed, the troops stationed near Capitol responded as quickly as possible. The two tank battalions of the 37th Armored Division rushed to the country's top military command, and all the other combat units headed for the Rainbow House. However, unfortunately, the congested traffic on the highway became an impassable barricade, which caused most of these armored units to be blocked in the suburbs. 42ch-53DS roared toward the city center as they transported special forces to be deployed in hot spots. On the other side, 14ch-47 Chinook helicopters took off in an emergency and deployed an armored company to the Lincoln Memorial by airlift. Their mission was to stop the advancement of celestial trade power armors to the Rainbow House at all costs. Lincoln Memorial. This solemn memorial hall was not only a holy place for the UA people to cherish the memory of the late President Lincoln, but also a gathering place for political events. Not only did previous presidents deliver speeches here, but one day, several decades ago, Martin Luther King stood here and delivered his famous speech "I have a dream." However, at this moment, the billowing smoke and the pungent smell of gunpowder had turned this place into a nightmare that everyone feared. On the lawn outside the Memorial Hall, there was an unfinished trench. The National Guard of the Capitol and the 11th Brigade 1st Battalion of the Marine Corps, who arrived here by helicopter, were stationed here. The advancement of the Orbital Airborne Brigade exceeded the expectations of the UA military. The UA soldiers stationed at the Memorial Hall were forced to engage with the Orbital Airborne Brigade in the unfinished temporary fortification in a fierce exchange. A volley of bullets swept over the sandbags and trenches, leaving bullet holes on the marble walls of the Memorial Hall. The original sacred place had become a bloody meat grinder, or to put it another way, a slaughterhouse. You told me our tridents did explode. I swear our tridents did explode. Then tell me, what's the situation with those people outside? Mike Pence's entire body was trembling because of anger and fear. With his right hand holding the phone, he yelled to the Secretary of Defense James Mattis. Why are they in our capital? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. James Mattis could not answer this question. No one could explain why their 12 Trident missiles clearly hit the target, but celestial trade did not surrender. There were 96 nuclear warheads, and there was no country or organization that could survive after being hit by 96 nuclear warheads. Since the War of Independence, no country had been able to send its army to this continent. Even if it happened, it only appeared in Hollywood blockbusters or the cinematics of AAA games. However, now when all this became a reality, Mattis did not know what to do. After he took a deep breath, Mattis forcibly suppressed down the tremble in his tone and slowly said, "Mr. President, celestial trade is advancing to the Rainbow House. I have sent a special force to your location. You need to move immediately. We will meet in Cheyenne Mountain Complex." Just when he called, an Orbital Airborne Brigade of Celestial Trade had crossed the Arlington Memorial Bridge, which was only a 15-minute drive from the Pentagon. It was not only the president who had to move, he had to as well. The second target was Nouveau York. It was not only because this was the economic center of the UA, but also because the city was the embodiment of the country's belief. Whether it was because of the financial avenue that controlled the lifeline of the world economy, or because of the woman that stood on the coast holding its torch high. If the torch was taken away, it would be equivalent to taking away what represented the UA. Just as the 7th and 8th Orbital Airborne Brigades and the 9th Power Armor Brigade were advancing towards the Rainbow House and the country's top military command through two directions, the traffic was completely paralyzed in Nouveau York, a city 300 kilometers away from capital. In this information age, no news could be truly concealed. From the moment when Celestial Trade's power armors appeared over capital, the citizens of Nouveau York had learned about the Seagull-class starship above their head and Celestial Trade's invasion. All states in the UA had entered a state of emergency, and Nouveau York was no exception. First, the National Guard was mobilized to the forefront of the war, and then the city police had dispatched its entire force and blocked the main road from the military base to the city center to make way for the armored forces. However, they were only halfway through this task. On Long Island Beach, there were still some tourists and travelers scattered around that could be seen. Along the sea horizon not far away, the bow of the Ford aircraft carrier split the waves and slowly emerged in front of people. An anti-submarine frigate, a guided missile destroyer, and 2 supply ships closely followed the Ford. Judging from the flag waving on the masts and the planes on its deck, the fleet had clearly changed hands. A British beauty leaned on the beach chair in a bikini, took off her sunglasses, and squinted her eyes to examine the tumbling waves at the horizon. "Timmy, what is that? Why do I see so many people running?" Just the day before yesterday, Lisa and her boyfriend Timmy came here from the UK for a vacation, and they didn't really know what was happening internationally. At this moment, for some odd reason, there were fewer and fewer people on the beach, but typically, it would be packed now. "I don't know, maybe the weather forecast says the weather will turn worse." The man in swimming trunks squinted his eyes and looked above him. He grinned. "What is that? An airplane?" It was not an airplane. It was a missile. As soon as the Ford approached the edge of Nouveau York's radar, 20 anti-ship missiles along with their trail of smoke were launched from shore defense facilities, galloping toward the Ford. The helicopters guarding both sides of the fleet sprinkled tin foils and flare that led most of the missiles away. The remaining missiles that escaped were shot down by the guided missile destroyer and anti-ballistic missiles on wings of freedom. "What do you want to do?" Inside the bridge, Major Admiral Hogg looked nervously at the man in power armor standing next to him, then he said with a trembling voice, "That was just a warning. You can't get close to the coast of Long Island. The anti-ship missiles will tear you apart in the offshore waters." "What do we want to do?" Luo Jing smiled coldly, "Aren't you asking us to return this ship? Am I not sending it back?" Major Admiral Hogg's eyes widened, he didn't know what the man meant by this. Luo Jing didn't explain. He took out the pistol from his waist and directly pressed it on the head of the Yankee piloting the ship. The man started to shiver and almost peed his pants. With a cruel sneer, Luo Jing tapped the barrel of the pistol against the back of that man's head, ignored Major Admiral Hogg's angry stare, he ordered the man, "Full throttle. If you dare to slow down, I'll shoot." The ship was sailing towards the coastline at full speed. The action of the Ford completely surprised the Coast Guard. Just as the special force arrived at Long Island Beach and rushed to evacuate tourists, a string of white foam suddenly appeared on the sea 2 nautical miles in front of the Ford. Without the slightest warning, armored vehicles painted with urban camouflage suddenly showed their fearsome turrets and armors from below sea level. They drove through the waves on the coast and accelerated toward the beach. "Ha!" The tourists on the beach screamed. The beauties in bikinis could no longer care about their image as they moved their dazzling thighs and shook the fullness in front of their chests in a desperate attempt to get onto the road. The Special Force and the Coastal Guard had established a line of defense, but against the crocodile amphibious assault vehicle that had begun to land, this line of defense was like paper, and it was directly penetrated by the armored force. Da-da-da-da. The heavy machine gun on the turret spat out tongues of fire, and the large bullets pinned the special force behind cover. The soldiers sitting behind the crocodile unlocked the hook that was connected to the kinetic skeleton and jumped out of the vehicle with their rifles. They continued to advance forward to the road under the cover of the turrets while they maintained firing position. On the road not far away, the UA Army's M1A2 main battle tanks had been deployed with the assistance of Chinook helicopters. The engineers of the National Guard had built temporary covers near the highway. They were preparing to concentrate their forces and launch a Hail Mary against the landed celestial trade. In the rain of bullets, the armored units of the two sides began to engage in close combat. Anti-tank rockets dragged their long and thick tail flame and were fired from the tubes on both sides of the turret on the crocodile armored vehicle. After it was hit by depleted uranium ammunition, crocodile amphibious assault vehicle in the center of the position had its front armor blasted off. However, momentarily after, an M1A2 main battle tank was turned into a ball of flame by the Python II vehicle-mounted anti-tank rocket. Long Island Beach was in the midst of a full-scale battle. In order to keep the invaders on the beach, the UA military had almost placed half of the National Guards and the 1st Cavalry Division stationed nearby. Anti-ship missiles were suppressed by Wings of Freedom's airstrikes. All aircraft on the Ford's deck had taken off. Even the F-35s and F-16s in the hangar were pushed into the midst of the conflict, piloted by Matador, to participate in ground attack. On the sea level not far away, the anti-submarine frigate and destroyer stopped. The Ford and the 2 supply ships sailing at full speed to Long Island suddenly turned a corner and moved forward at full speed to Upper Bay. When the commander of the UA 1st Cavalry Division saw this scene on the radar, his face suddenly turned green. He snatched the radio and roared into it. "Stop them at all costs. Stop them from getting to Upper Bay." In the middle of Upper Bay, at the junction of Nouveau Jersey and Nouveau York, was the Statue of Freedom that symbolized the country's dream. And behind the Statue of Freedom was the most well-known island. From Broadway Road to the East River, a street that was only 1/3 of a mile in length, was the heart of the entire finance industry. Many years later, when Luo Jing recalled and reminisced that day, he would still feel the same eagerness and emotions. That was definitely the craziest thing he had ever done in his life. After Celestial Trade Marines landed on Freedom Island, they climbed to the top of the Statue of Freedom and used thermite to blast the flame made from copper. The fire of freedom that shone on the east coast was extinguished and it was replaced by a Xian flag that blew in the sea breeze of Nouveau York. Luo Jing gazed at the crowds fleeing in Battery Park and watched the congested traffic on the Brooklyn Bridge. He then stepped on the control terminal of the bridge with one foot and started to fire out of the window. "Let's go. Let's go. Full speed. Let's hit it." Major Admiral Hogg had already squatted under the table with his hands around his head. He was roaring in despair in his mind. "This guy has gone crazy." The Ford aircraft carrier that maintained the maximum speed smashed into Battery Park with its bow. Just like a machete that chopped through a bamboo stick, it crushed the fence of the park and landed on Manhattan Island. The violent impact caused the sailor who was controlling the aircraft carrier to smash his head towards the terminal, then he immediately fell and rolled to the side. Luo Jing, in his power armor, shook his body. Then he threw out a punch with his powerful steel arm and broke through the bulletproof glass of the bridge. He then grabbed onto the twisted steel bars, jumped out of the bridge, and landed heavily on the deck. Reek! The sound of metal creaking squeaked. The Ford aircraft carrier, which accelerated onto Manhattan Island, broke in two. The second half stayed in Battery Park while the first half ran rampant under inertia, broke through the National Archives of Nouveau York, crushed into the streets of Broadway, and knocked down the Wall Street Bull. "Ah! Run! Don't push me! Let me get through." Inside the Nouveau York Stock Exchange, the people gathered here seemed to all go insane as they desperately tried to escape. Whether it was a professional trader, a CEO of a listed company, or a financial mogul with billions of dollars under management, all of them shared the same thought at this moment. Celestial Trade chose to land from Manhattan Island, and all of them were pushed to the forefront of the war. Although since World War I, they had participated to some extent in the many wars that happened in this world, they had never imagined this day. These savages! How dare they? A man in a suit stood in the middle of the trading floor as he stared at the door blankly. Occasionally, someone running would bump into his shoulder, but he would just shake it off and had no reaction at all. Behind him was the Dow Jones Index plummeting, and a sea of red tickers. It started from the explosion in W State. He tried to recover his investment by using banknotes to stabilize investors' panic while he quietly dumped his holdings. He desperately tried to withdraw his assets from the stock market, but all his efforts could not stop the aircraft carrier that crashed into Manhattan Island. Just a minute ago, he went bankrupt. There was no need for a landing ship. This degree of impact was nothing for the Celestial Trade soldiers who could carry out orbital airdrop missions. From the middle of the fractured aircraft carrier, the Viper drones that swarmed out formed an arrow-shaped attack formation towards the National Guard that just arrived as reinforcement. The prosperous blocks and elites on the streets of Manhattan made the use of 1st Cavalry's 155mm self-propelled howitzer battalion and M270 multi-barreled rocket launchers extremely difficult. Even if the weapons could effectively suppress targets within a depth of 30 kilometers, they did not dare to fire a shot. They could only send highly mobile armor units such as the M3 Bradley to cooperate with the M1A2 main battle tank to launch an attack. But soon, they met the real opponent of this war. The main force of celestial trade landed from Manhattan, and the force that attacked Long Island was just a feint attack by amphibious light armor units. It was not a light armor unit like the Crocodile amphibious assault vehicle that followed the Viper drones, but rather, it was the true overlord on the land, the crystallization of Pan-Asia's army technology, the Wanderer tank. A particle cannon shot was fired out from the smoke of the explosion and it directly melted through the front armor that was the pride of M1A2. Regardless if the armor was made out of high-hard ceramic lining or depleted uranium alloy, they were equally as fragile as tofu in front of the high-energy particles freed from magnetic confinement. The high-energy particles that penetrated the front armor would instantly diffuse behind the armor, and directly raise the temperature inside the tank to thousands of degrees. Even if the tank did not immediately explode, the occupants inside could not be more died. Warrior 1 is destroyed, target hit. *T. How is that possible? The gunner sitting in an M1A2 main battle tank pressed the firing button, then as he watched the smoke diffuse in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Everything that happened before his eyes was beyond his comprehension of common sense. He saw with his own eyes that at least 5 armor-piercing depleted uranium ammunition hit the tank he was aiming at. However, after the dust settled, that tank was unscathed. The barrel that was aiming at him seemed to be laughing at their incompetence. To destroy the Wanderer's Meissner effect armor without the particle cannon, it would take at least a tactical nuclear bomb with power in the tens of thousands of tons range. Boom! Another particle cannon shot was fired. This time, it hit the ammunition rack and sent the top cover of an M1A2 more than 10 meters in the air. 2 tanks almost suppressed the entire tank battalion. Behind the 2 Wanderers tanks, a reinforced battalion composed of 31 Tiger IIs and 12 Spider tanks emerged from the broken hull of the ship. The former's Type 50 electromagnetic pulse cannon was well deserved of the name as Tank Killer, while the latter's mobility to traverse in the city would make even given agile infantry force a headache. The heavy armor penetrated the tank battalion of the UA 1st Cavalry from the front, and soldiers in kinetic skeleton and power armor quickly advanced toward the streets of Manhattan. A force made up of more than 2 divisions landed directly on Manhattan Island with the help of the Ford aircraft carrier and 2 supply ships that went ashore. Half of the force headed straight to the JFK International Airport and Long Island Beach where the amphibious force was fighting. They were paving the way for reinforcement to arrive while they annihilated the coastal defense set up by National Guard and 1st Cavalry Division. The other half of the force pushed through the busiest neighborhoods in the city. As they took control of the entire Manhattan, they were heading into Jersey City across the bank. According to the Air Force's intelligence, the supporting firepower of 1st Cavalry was all concentrated there. Not only that, but the National Guard of Nouveau Jersey was also stationed there. 20,000 Celestial Trade Army set off from District of Tumaca, embarked from Port of Turbo, crossed the Caribbean Sea and Bermuda, then landed on the beach of Nouveau York City. This completely caught the UA military off guard. Admiral Felton, who was in charge of commanding the NATO coalition force, finally understood. From the very beginning, Celestial Trade's focus was on UA's mainland. He decided to blow up the highway to Monteria, but Celestial Trade had never intended to capture Monteria. Perhaps only he knew the feeling of defeat at this moment. Counting the reinforcements that subsequently arrived, more than 150,000 UA soldiers were trapped in the mess known as Columbia. Before this war ended, they would never be able to get further reinforcements, and they would never be able to return to their mainland from Colombia to join the comrades defending the country. Just when Wall Street and the Statue of Freedom were occupied, the battle in Capitol was also gradually coming to an end. Before the battle on the ground was decided, the outcome in the air started to become clear. F-22 squadrons continued to turn into falling fireballs in Wings of Freedom's game of chicken. Subsequently, the Orbital Airborne Brigade and Power Armor Brigade, with the support of air supremacy, quickly penetrated the defense. XIN's flag was placed at the highest point of the Lincoln Memorial. With the collapse of this defense line, they had lost all vantage points from the Arlington Memorial Bridge to the Rainbow House. The 7th Orbital Airborne Brigade followed the retreating National Guard and advanced towards the Rainbow House. Finally, this war burned into the back garden of the President of the UA. On a small island about 200 nautical miles from the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern Pacific Ocean. On the beach covered by the shadow of swaying coconut trees, a man in a life jacket was lying face down on the beach. On the beach behind him, there was a long mark that extended to the edge of the sea. Obviously, he was washed up by the waves when the tide rose. After an unknown amount of time, the man's eyebrows moved, and a painful growl came out from his throat, followed by violent coughs. The seagulls perched on the palm trees were all alerted and flew away. He pushed the sand with his hand, barely managed to roll himself over, then leaned against a coconut tree. Bryan, the UA Admiral, Commander-in-Chief of the Eisenhower Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. Originally, he and his fleet were preparing to launch a surprise attack on the space elevator. However, when they merged with the other 4 fleets in the Mariana Islands, they suddenly encountered a Category 6 hurricane. Bryan could swear to God that he has never encountered such a bizarre event in his life. The weather forecast clearly indicated that the Mariana Islands would be sunny and clear that day, but just after they merged, dark clouds began to gather above them. Not long after, waves tens of meters high slapped directly to the fleet, and the violent hurricane even snapped the wings of the F-35. The attack formation originally prepared for Celestial Trade Navy, in the end, became a shackle that caught their own feet. Except for the submarines and several light ships outside the fleet that perhaps could escape, the entire fleet was almost annihilated. Bryan had forgotten how he survived. He just vaguely remembered that he had put on a life jacket, and a wave mixed with heavy objects smashed through the glass of the bridge, and then swept everyone inside away. At that time, the aircraft carrier had turned over, and the carrier-based fighters that had not had time to take off, as well as the crew on the deck, fell into the sea like dumplings. Bryan opened the cover of his watch, then used the compass and the position of the sun to learn that he was in the southern hemisphere. As for which specific deserted island he was on, perhaps only God would know. Bryan smiled bitterly and was just about to get up. However, at this moment, several spears stabbed against his neck. He was instantly covered in cold sweat. He decided to give up on the idea of standing up and raised both of his hands instead. After his eyes met with those mung bean-like eyes, he tried to squeeze a smile that looked slightly more friendly than desperate, and then to the natives wearing palm leaves. "Can you speak English?" It was obviously nonsense. The natives talked with each other in a language he couldn't understand. He didn't know if they were debating whether he should be eaten raw or cooked. Just when Bryan felt bleak about his future, he suddenly saw a familiar face. For an instant, he was stunned. Because he was so shocked that he lost his ability to speak, his eyes widened, and his jaw dropped. "Move, move." The natives stepped aside. A man with a big belly, dressed in palm leaves just like the natives, and blonde hair that looked like a flat. "Mr. President," after Admiral Bryan gulped down the lump in his throat, he stared at Trump in disbelief, clearly lost for words. Although the official statement was that his whereabouts were unknown, everyone thought he was dead. "Mr. President." After he stabbed the spear in his hand on the ground, Trump's eyebrows twisted together. Instead of being happy because he met the same kind, there was a look of awkwardness that quickly disappeared from his eyes. He murmured softly, Very funny title, damn it, why is it such a coincidence? But Mr. President, I'm dead, right? Let me guess. Now our Mr. President should be Mike Pence. Although I don't know what he did, since you are here, I guess it's probably not a good thing. Trump glared at Bryan as he cursed out. From the moment the Air Force One engine caught fire, he understood everything. After he looked back, the meaningful smile on Secretary of State Tillerson's face when they last met was indeed really meaningful. Let's not talk about it, perhaps he had vented enough. Trump wiped his mouth, patted the shoulder of the native man standing next to him, as if he were treating the employees of the Trump Group. They are good people, at least they're good to me. Come with me, you won't be able to guess what I found on this island. An airplane, a P-51A Mustang, the wing was shot and it's rusty. It's been broken for a long time. Most likely it came from the Pacific War. The hapless guy didn't go home but was regarded by the natives here as God. Maybe because of my blonde hair, they regarded me as the messenger of God. Anyway, at least that's what I think happened. Maybe it was because he hasn't talked with anyone for a while. Trump was very talkative. Admiral Bryan followed the chattering former Mr. President, then he asked the question that bothered him. Don't you want to go back? Go back. As if he had heard something funny, Trump suddenly stopped, turned his head and opened his arms, raised his voice, and laughed out loud. Why should I go back? Be the last president of the UA? Or do you think I can clean up the mess left by that Christian? Why didn't he ask his God? Maybe he can ask that in person. On many public occasions, Mike Pence declared that he was first a Christian and then a Republican. In the early days, Trump used this point quite extensively until he won the party's election. Bryan was clearly overwhelmed by the amount of information. He stood with his head lowered, unable to respond. Although he did not believe that the UA will be defeated. Even if the country lost 5 aircraft carrier battle groups in the Pacific Ocean, they still had Ohio-class nuclear submarines and Trident nuclear missiles. He threw the spear in his hand to Bryan's chest. While Bryan hurriedly caught it with his hands, he noticed that the natives were looking at him with envy. It seemed like helping the God carry his spear was supreme glory. Don't think about going back. Don't be so depressed, just be happy. After a moment, Trump raised his chin, patted Bryan's shoulder and said, "This is my kingdom. From now on, you are the marshal of the kingdom of Donald. General Bryan, I have faith in you." Cheyenne Mountain Complex was located in a city with a small population, but it was the most heavily guarded cave military base in the world. Above the tunnel of this military base was a granite mountain with a thickness of more than 300 meters. Under the maze-like command post were huge springs and rubber pads, which could resist direct strategic nuclear strikes. Inside the cave was a complete survival system that could resist nuclear, chemical and biological attack for 6,000 people for several months. Known as the central nervous system of the UA military, this location could mobilize all military forces across the country. Even if the country's top military command and the Rainbow House were both lost, as long as the President and the Secretary of Defense stepped in here, then there was hope for the country to make a complete comeback. At least it was what the UA people believed. Chapter 1475 Inescapable. The 2-meter-thick, 25-ton alloy giant door slowly opened, and the incandescent lamp behind it lit up one after another as they welcomed a group of unusual visitors. The soldiers stationed at the door saluted, then stepped aside. The group of people stepped through the door, then the engine that was connected to the door once again started. With the sound of muffled steel friction, Mike Pence's mood also returned from restlessness to calmness with the giant door gradually closing. After the door closed, the entire base was completely isolated from the outside world, and the door could only be opened from the inside. Mike Pence was no longer as concerned about the starship above him. Even if the kinetic bombardment weapon was rumored to be comparable to a nuclear explosion, it would not be able to make a dent in this place. The imaginary enemy used to design this place was Big Ivan, and its shockwave could create a shockwave that traveled around the Earth 3 times. The high wall of the command center showed the logos of the 4 major headquarters. The walls, floors, ceilings, corridors, and stairs in the building were all built with tailor-welded steel plates. Although the facilities looked outdated, the most advanced military command system in the UA and even the world was hidden here. How is the situation in Capitol? After Mike Pence stepped into the command center. He did not dare to rest for even a moment as he immediately asked Secretary of Defense James Mattis, who had been waiting here for a long time, "I just got off from the plane, and I now need first-hand information from the front line." After a moment of silence, James Mattis spoke slowly. About 12 hours ago, the Rainbow House had fallen. Mike Pence was not surprised by this result. When he evacuated from Capitol through a special channel, the Lincoln Memorial was already captured by Celestial Trade's Orbital Airborne Brigade. That place was only 2 blocks away from the Rainbow House Presidential Park, and it was impossible for the National Guard stationed there to stop those people. To defeat Celestial Trade on the battlefield, the UA had to rely on its strong war mobilization capabilities and industrial capabilities. He had to do 2 things at this moment. One was to address the people of the UA in a war mobilization speech, and the other was to mobilize the National Guards of each state to fight the invasion of Celestial Trade. They had to hold the defense at least till he mobilized the 200 divisions. Where is our aircraft carrier battle group? After Mike Pence digested the information that the Rainbow House had fallen in 2 seconds, he continued, "Their current defense forces are bound to be empty." James Mattis's expression gradually turned worse, and the several senior defense officers next to him also looked at each other with concerns. From their expressions, Mike Pence had already noticed something. However, just as he frowned and was about to question further, his Secretary of Defense took a deep breath, as if he had finally made up his mind, and spoke slowly. "Our aircraft carrier battle group encountered a Category 6 hurricane when they were passing through the Mariana Islands." After Mike Pence swallowed down the dry lump in his throat, he started to turn pale, his voice started to tremble as he asked. "Then?" Matisse lowered his head, then said in pain. "Unfortunately, they sunk." The battle at Capitol and downtown Nouveau York had ended. The National Guard at either state was obviously no match for Celestial Trade. At Capitol, after the Orbital Airborne Brigade controlled the city center, it immediately declared martial law throughout the city and required all people to stay at home within 24 hours, and at the same time, launched a campaign against the remaining resistance on the street. On the other side, in Nouveau York, the 1st Mechanized Infantry Division that occupied Manhattan Island placed the flag of XIN on the roofs of the Nouveau York Stock Exchange and the Empire State Building. The treasury of the Federal Reserve Bank of Nouveau York, a few steps away from Wall Street, was naturally under Celestial Trade control. The Federal Reserve Police that claimed to be capable of defending a small to medium city, only symbolically resisted before it surrendered. Obviously, they were not as brave as the rumor said. After all, they were not against a mob of rioters, but well-trained soldiers. The door of the vault opened, and the pieces of shining gold were neatly stacked like bricks. The whole wall was made of gold. Just like the El Dorado in Inca legend, the sparkling golden light could literally blind people. The gold reserve here accounted for about a quarter of the global gold reserve. Of course, the occupation of the vault was just one of the side quests. After Luo Zheng left a company of troops here, he immediately led his troops to Nouveau Jersey across the bank. On the other hand, the 2nd Mechanized Division responsible for attacking Kennedy Airport also successfully broke through the line of defense of the 1st Cavalry Division of UA and formed a siege with the amphibious assault force that landed on the beach. They had surrounded the main battle force of the National Guard and the 1st Cavalry Division. After the SS Expedition reloaded, it fired 5 tungsten rod projectiles towards the east coast of North America. The main targets were large military installations detected by Aurora 20s and an artillery position that was just finished. At this moment, the UA military once again experienced the fear of being aimed at by a space-based kinetic bombardment weapon. It was about 350 nautical miles from the east coast of North America. A beautiful yacht sailed through the calm Atlantic Ocean. Freshwater swimming pools, red wine, bikinis, and blonde Persian beauties. Although the east coast hundreds of kilometers was already war-torn, the upper class in North America still seemed to be living in luxury and lavishness. Of course, all this was just a disguise. As early as 3 days ago, this cruise ship departed from Manhattan Island. The owner of this yacht was under a British real estate developer, who was hosting a party celebrating the opening of a European subway. However, in fact, the owner behind this cruise ship was probably the richest person in the world. After he took over the seat of the Jewish consortium in the Federal Reserve, he was indeed deserving of the title. Although this wealth belonged to the entire Morgan family, as the current owner of the Morgan consortium, it made little difference. Sitting in the cabin on top of the tanker, Morgan narrowed his eyes as he looked into the horizon. The red wine on the table to his right had sat there for a long time, but whether it was the red wine, or the beautiful blonde women outside the window, he was not in the mood. Just a few minutes ago, he heard the news of Nouveau York falling from his men. Celestial Trade not only occupied his company, but also used his building as a temporary headquarters. It was simply a humiliation to him and the Morgan family. Morgan looked at the assistant who walked in, then slowly asked, "Where is Rockefeller? I can't get in touch with him for the time being, but he should have escaped." At this moment, the cruise ship that was sailing smoothly suddenly shook violently. Morgan grabbed tightly onto the armrests of his chair, then frowned. "What are they doing?" The expression on his face froze in the middle of his sentence. The white waves splashed onto the front deck of the yacht. The men and women playing beside the pool exclaimed and all stepped back, as they watched the submarine that emerged. In order to avoid colliding with the submarine, the captain was forced to stop the yacht and went to the deck to try to negotiate with the people who got out of the submarine. Morgan firmly grasping the armrests of the chair with both hands as pupils constricted to a dot. Suddenly, the tensed face loosened as he laughed out loud. Morgan leaned back, and finally reached for the glass of red wine. As he watched the Celestial Trade soldiers start to board, as well as the confused crowd on the ship, he raised his glass, downed the drink, and finally laughed self-deprecatingly. Using a nuclear submarine for an old man. I have to say it's an honor to treat me with such importance. Perhaps a few years ago, it would be me standing on the deck. Jiang Chen grinned in thought as he saw the illustration under the headline of Xian Daily, of a power armor standing on the deck of an aircraft carrier. If it were before, he would definitely not let go of this opportunity to show off. But now, the idea seemed dull. It was best to leave these opportunities to the younger people. Although when this sentence came out from someone less than 30 years old, it seemed unconvincing. The Xian Daily, founded by Celestial Trade Investment, was similar to Washington Post in the UA. Typically, 80% of the news in Xian could be sourced back to this newspaper. It was precisely because of this that Xian Daily was the lead voice in Xian news. Every war needs heroes. Compared with reporting on the cruel side of war, if more emphasis was placed on the heroes and their glorious deeds in the war, it would make the public temporarily forget about the deeper issues entrenched in the war. Even the most radical leftists and pacifists would not choose this time to voice their opposition. If someone did really do this, getting a beating was probably the lightest punishment. In just 2 days, Future Group, Celestial Trade, the presidential palace of Xian, and the parliament had joined forces to create more than 20 war heroes through different media channels. For example, Luo Zheng, who stood on the deck, the soldiers who placed the Xian flag on the Statue of Freedom and the Lincoln Memorial, as well as the Slavic pilot with the most number of enemy units downed, the stats from electronic pilots were not included, and so forth. Upon closer examination, it was not difficult for those with an acute awareness to find the skin color, race, and cultural heritage of those war heroes heavily reported by newspapers, television, and online media to be corresponding to the population composition of Xian. Everyone could share the glory that belonged to them equally in this war. Compared with the young man who knew nothing many years ago, Jiang Chen felt that he was more and more comfortable in handling these political, economic, and military issues. Of course, the work of his team was also indispensable in him getting to the current position. After he flipped through Xian Daily, from today, Jiang Chen picked up another newspaper from a foreign publication. Unexpectedly, when he turned the first page, he saw a scene that made him laugh. On the cover page of Le Monde in France, an Asian man with his legs crossed was sitting on a nuclear bomb with a star-spangled flag. Under the nuclear bomb, there was the UA torn into pieces and the burning Lincoln Memorial and Statue of Freedom. Jiang Chen noticed that the French artist who drew this cartoon also drew a tuft of mustache under his nose. Interesting. The drawing did make him chuckle. Although he knew that the French media was mocking him, he didn't take this illustration to heart. Contrary to the Xian media, foreign media seemed to be more interested in him than who blew the torch off of the Statue of Freedom and who stood on top of the Lincoln Memorial. Even though he had deliberately reduced his exposure to the public over the years, the media's interest seemed to be on the rise instead. Just when Jiang Chen was about to read the French's evaluation of him, a call from New Moon Island arrived on his watch. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen asked casually after he pressed the pickup button. "Morgan has been caught." He was on a yacht to Britain at the time, Ivan responded immediately. "Now he is on our nuclear submarine." "Very well, send him to South Columbia first and let him stay there for a few days." "Roger." "We don't need to bring him back?" Ivan asked. "No. After this war is over, it will the judge from UA who will try him. There is no need to bring him to Xian." After a short pause, Jiang Chen continued on, "Also, where is Rockefeller? Did you find him?" "He was missing when we rushed to his mansion in Queens," Ivan replied. "Now our people are pursuing him with the cooperation of ghost agents. We should have an answer soon." "You figure it. I just need the result." While they were speaking, there was a knock on the door of his office. While he said, "Come in," Jiang Chen briefly asked Ivan about the battle in North America. Then he ended the call and looked at Aisha, who came in gently. He smiled. "We found Rockefeller." Aisha shook her head slightly. "We found Trump." Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He put down the newspaper in his hand. After he frowned for a moment, he asked, "Where did you find him?" "On a small island in the South Pacific Ocean, about 200 nautical miles from French Polynesia, close to the Cook Islands," Aisha responded. Although the XNUA war erupted, the search for the wreckage of Air Force One by Xian did not stop. A special military observation satellite was put into the search work. A team of observers composed of about 50 people, with the assistance of AI, compared satellite images of the entire Pacific Ocean one by one. Of course, the rescue work was not meant for Trump, but the black box on Air Force One. In Jiang Chen's follow-up plan, this black box played a significant role. As for whether Trump was dead or alive, it did not matter. French Polynesia. What the, he is quite lucky. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim at the fact. If he remembered correctly, the Air Force One disappeared in the radar blind spot between the Mariana Islands and Wake Island. If all other factors were ignored, the fact that one location was in the northern hemisphere and the other was in the southern hemisphere made this quite spectacular. Even if he did not encounter sharks along the way, the probability of surviving was quite small. Besides, he was in his 70s. "Do you want to get rid of him?" Aisha asked softly. There was a glimpse of deadliness that exuded from her gentle tone. If it was part of the plan, she wouldn't mind making a trip there herself. Jiang Chen leaned back against the chair and thought for a long time. Aisha stood there quietly and waited for his orders. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen suddenly turned on the holographic screen of the watch and called Dr. Amos, who was at the Celestial City Special Projects Research Institute. Before Dr. Amos could speak, he went straight to the topic. Stop the cyborg project. Stop. Dr. Amos was stunned, then he complained, but I'm so close. Without discussing it further with him, Jiang Chen repeated his order and then hung up. Going back to the question just now, we don't need to for the time being. As he looked at Aisha, he tapped on the armrest of the chair. After a short pause, he said, "Prepare a helicopter for me. We will depart now." "Okay," Aisha nodded. "Where are we going?" "Coconut Island. My droplet submersible is docked there. Make some arrangements at work for the next few days and come with me on a trip." Before deciding what to do with him, I plan to spend some time talking to him about the future of the UA. Whether Trump was alive or not was no longer relevant to the UA. Even if Washington and Lincoln crawled out from their coffin, it would be difficult to save the situation faced by the country at this moment, let alone someone with no experience in politics. However, the situation was different for celestial trade. A reasonable explanation or excuse could legitimize the aggression and settle the sequelae left over from the war. While it was not difficult for celestial trade to use its technology to create an identical Trump, humans after all were inseparable from society. Even a perfect AI would face many obstacles during the integration of society. In the short term, this proposal could be flawless, but it would inevitably create problems down the road. In Jiang Chen's blueprint of Earth Federation, this kind of risk could not be tolerated. He didn't want to solve a historical problem during the final battle with harmony. Jiang Chen required a Zhang Yaping-like president to manage the trophies of this war for him. Based on Trump's answer, he could consider sparing him. Just when Jiang Chen's helicopter took off to Coconut Island, Nouveau York, on the other side of the globe, was plunged into an unprecedented depression due to the war. Even the subprime mortgage crisis in 2007 did not make people living here feel so much despair. The tunnels, bridges, and highways that connected to the outside were all blocked by the military checkpoints of celestial trade. Now the entire city of Nouveau York was under martial law. Everyone was ordered back home. Except for a short period of time during the day to go to the nearest rescue station to receive necessary food and medicine, no one was allowed to stay outside for a long time. Offenders would be detained for espionage. The martial law would last for 1 month, but everyone knew that it was unlikely to be lifted before this war ended. Long Island Port, Nouveau York, cargo ships slowly approached the port. After the ships docked, the ladders were lowered. Groups of soldiers walked off the deck with large backpacks on their backs. Although there were some white soldiers, most of them were Asian. They also all carried different equipment. For example, some people were equipped with the S-1 kinetic skeleton as well as a quadrotor drone in their backpack. And some people just had an urban camouflage on. Not only did they not have any body armor, but they also only brought the outdated AK-47s. Excluding the enclave of Hawaii and Alaska, the 48 states on the mainland of the UA would require at least 48 divisions of celestial trade. Even if celestial trade disregarded the sparsely populated inland states with weak industrial capabilities, it would be difficult to occupy the entire country by just relying on celestial trade's own force. This was also taking into consideration the 50,000 reserves XIN injected into the army more than a week ago. From the beginning, Ivan adopted a blitzkrieg strategy. The Air Force, paratroopers, and amphibious assault forces were all concentrated together on an assault against East Coast. With air superiority, air raids were launched against military factories, oil fields, and electric power plants, then armored units swept across the country at the fastest speed to disintegrate the remaining forces and prevent the states from completing war mobilization. As for occupation, it could be left to celestial trade's tributaries. As early as 2 months ago, Santos mobilized a national reserve of 520,000 and gathered all the troops across the country to respond to the call for war from celestial trade. And the 100,000 force that just landed was only a small fraction of the more than 600,000 troops from Moro, and 2 of the divisions were from Madagascar. Moro 12th Reinforced Brigade was responsible for the occupation of Nouveau York City. After the defense handover, apart from leaving a guard battalion station on Manhattan Island, the majority of the Celestial Trade Force was sent southward along the highway. The goal was to create a route from Nouveau York to the capital. For the people of Nouveau York City, being occupied by Moro soldiers was definitely a nightmare. Cypress Hill Cemetery was the bloodiest part of the city. The people with their heads covered by paper shopping bags and their hands and feet tied up with twine were dragged along by Moro soldiers. They crouched in a row in front of the pit with their hands on their head. After a series of gunshots, one body after another fell in the pit and was then buried on the spot by the trembling prisoners. For the prisoners of war, Celestial Trade had always treated them with dignity. But for those who resist, naturally, there was punishment. Although guns were banned in the city, guns that circulated in the black market still caused a lot of trouble for the troops stationed there. The endless sneak attacks and Molotov cocktails constantly disturbed the troops. In the beginning, Celestial Trade went through the hassle of arresting, but after Moro soldiers took over the city, these guerrilla patriots were not so lucky. The guerrillas were directly shot. All those who were suspected of assisting the guerrillas were arrested. The prisons in the city were emptied for those suspects. The criminals who regained their freedom, especially those with severe penalties, were formed into a gendarmerie to assist Moro to maintain law and order. For Santos, he didn't care about his reputation. Before independence, the Moro guerrillas were suppressed by the fighters and special forces from the UA for many years. Now his people were fortunate enough to set foot on the land of the UA, he was eager to vent his rage. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's warning to not make trouble, maybe he would have been more extreme. The Empire State Building on Manhattan Island was temporarily expropriated as the headquarters of the Celestial Trade North American Theater Command, but the real command center was in the underground vault of the Federal Reserve. All the intelligence was gathered there and then sent to each combat unit. Then, together with the general headquarters located on New Moon Island, they constituted the Celestial Trade Army Command System. In front of the unfolded map of North America, Zheng Yufei, the commander-in-chief of the North America Theater, discussed the next steps with the officers from General Staff. Peace State National Guard has evacuated from the city and retreated. Our main force has joined forces with the Orbital Airborne Brigade airdropped into the capital. The 27th and 28th Infantry Brigade of Moro are heading towards the capital. We have 2 options, one is to advance toward Peace City, where the large inland cities are located, as well as the Great Lakes Industrial Zone. The other plan is to head down east coast to F State and open the channel for our allies to land. This will form a front extending from Nouveau York to the F State Peninsula, and then we can push inward. The essence of the first plan was fast, accurate, and deadly, and the key of the second plan was stability. However, for Celestial Trade, the biggest advantage was its speed. Going deep into the hinterland certainly carried risks, but if the UA completed war mobilization, the risks would no longer just be risks. After Zheng Yufei listened to the Chief of Staff's opinion, he was silent for a moment, then he said. The headquarters does not want this war to drag on for too long. We will adopt the first plan. The Great Lakes Industrial Zone was known as the manufacturing belt of the UA, where heavy industrial bases such as steel, coal, and chemical industries were clustered together. If this place was occupied, it was equivalent to removing the hope of resistance. The 2nd Armored Brigade will pursue the Peace State National Guard. Zheng Yufei cast his gaze on the map and stopped on Sea State, the heart of North America, with his eyes slightly narrowed. Cheyenne Mountain Complex. It was the last fortress of UA. As long as Celestial Trade could tear apart the last shell and occupy the Great Lakes Industrial Zone, it would be enough to force the UA to sign the surrender agreement. In the interconnected global economy, any country's problem could not be viewed from an isolated perspective. The XNUA war detonated by 12 Trident missiles ignited not only the flames of war between two countries, but the countries involved in the aftermath of this war covered almost every inch of the world. Politics, economy, military, and even culture were sucked into the vortex of conflict. The first thing that collapsed was the dollar, the currency of the UA, which was triggered by the fall of the Federal Reserve's vault. Although the investors were uncertain of celestial trade intent with the gold, the scene of the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier stranded in front of Wall Street was enough to make every investor holding the dollar desperate about the prospect of this currency. A financial tsunami triggered by the dollar began to spread from the east coast of North America to the rest of the world. The value of foreign exchange reserves evaporated from different countries could no longer be valued, given that the dollar used as the measure of value, was at the center of the storm. Everyone was desperately attempting to reduce their exposure to the dollar and their holding of treasury bonds. However, when the panic began to spread in the market, it was foolish to think that one can weather the storm. In this financial tsunami, the only beneficiary seemed to be Xian. Since the 12 Trident missiles were intercepted by the Holy Shield, the price of the Xian new dollar in the foreign exchange market began to skyrocket. To curb the continuously rising exchange rate, the Xian Reserve had to revise its quantitative easing plan for this year and next year, as it operated its money printers to the limit in both joy and agony. It injected a large amount of currency into the market to stabilize the exchange rate by opening the floodgate. However, even so, it was difficult to curtail the strengthening Xian new dollar. The widespread belief on the street was that if Xian demanded war reparations, it was very likely to seek gold from the Federal Reserve. Because of this, it seemed that Xian new dollar was the only safe haven asset in the financial turmoil. To quell the flames of war and save the deteriorating economic situation, many people made attempts to a certain degree. Some tried to mediate through diplomatic channels, and of course, some tried to use military intervention. Some people frowned, some people put on a show, and some people attempted to profit from this. It was worth mentioning that, as the two major states of the Earth Defense Alliance, both Hua and Russia chose to continue to monitor the situation without further intervention. The decline of the dollar could bring unbearable short-term pains to the economy in Hua that relied on exports. However, from a long-term perspective, the decline of a hegemony was still more beneficial to the country. It was true both from the perspectives of national unity and geopolitical stability. Russia shared the same thought. The decline of NATO would ease the military pressure on the Russian border, and more funds could be used for economic construction instead of wrestling with NATO on the long border. However, if Russia decided to send troops, it would be too risky. After all, Moscow did not have a holy shield. Although the Earth Defense Alliance's terms included collective defense, before celestial trade actively called on allies to participate in the war, they were also happy to use peaceful means to support their already dominant allies. These included increasing troops at the border, launching military exercises in coastal waters, and simulating large-scale airborne landings. On the other side, NATO was also strangely silent. 24 hours after celestial trade landed in the capital, the British Prime Minister urgently convened Parliament, and a proposal involving foreign war was taken to the Palace of Westminster for discussion. Although the representatives of different parties all shared the same indignation, in the voting session, this radical proposal was ultimately not passed. The focus of controversy by lawmakers was Article 5 of the Washington Convention. It stated that when a country encounters aggression, the remaining member states will defend together. However, the current situation was that celestial trade did not seem to be the aggressor. The UA, who misjudged celestial trade strength, was the aggressor in this war. Instead, celestial trade, who landed in North America, seemed to be on the defending side. If the Columbia War was separated from the XNUA War, the UA's Trident missiles launch carried out a preemptive nuclear strike which led to this war. The Ford aircraft carrier battle group was captured in the Columbia War and could not be regarded as the fuse of the war. Ultimately, they were all excuses. If NATO really wanted to intervene, there was precedence where they bypassed the United Nations and launched military strikes. There were only two reasons which made the British Parliament reconsider. One was the SS Expedition's main gun on the synchronous orbit. After people witnessed the indestructible shield that could not be penetrated even by nuclear weapons, and the invincible spear, mutually assured destruction was no longer applicable. If one party's nuclear weapons could not assure that the other party was destroyed after a strategic strike, then there was no significance to the idea of deterrence. Even if the British wanted to help, they still had to consider the possible consequences of sending troops. And the other concern was that the main force of the NATO coalition force was still pinned down in the mess known as Colombia, including the British Army. If Britain intended to send troops to the UA, it would have to launch the largest war mobilization since World War II. However, the idea was just a joke when the country could not even solve its own problems. It was worth examining what the British did over the years. The 108,000-strong British Army, under the command of 100,000 Ministry of Defence civil servants, had to shut down a tank production line to purchase a large number of high-end massage chairs for the Ministry of Defence office and the sky-high price of £10 per roll of toilet paper. To save money, the Labour Party stopped its own missile production line, with the plan to equip India's Agni missile series, known for disappearance and explosion. Fortunately, this plan was not passed after protests from the military. To some extent, the younger brother situation had already reflected the dilemma faced by NATO as a whole. The Austrian Air Force sold all the training aircraft and only used simulators to train pilots. In the end, even airlines refused to recognize these people as pilots. The Polish Marines had no landing crafts and had to rent the museum's sailing ship for exercises. The Greek government once expressed its willingness to donate a 3-mast sailing ship, because the theme park on Salamis was closed due to the economic crisis, but it needed Poland to paddle the ship from the Aegean Sea to the Baltic Sea, which Poland ultimately rejected. If it hadn't done so many stupid things, Trump would not have included the request for unpaid military expenditures from NATO member states in the campaign platform. As for Turkey, the country was still powerful. After all, the large number of soldiers meant strength, and no matter how low the training level was, the size of the army alone was enough. However, Turkey was already fighting on two fronts and was unable to drag itself from Colombia and Syria. Not only that, but Russia, which increased its troops at the border, also exerted pressure. Well, although many problems existed, there was no doubt about NATO's combat capability. However, what could they do when their big brother couldn't even protect himself? Most NATO member states were already dragged into a war that was difficult for them. In late February, a week had passed since those 12 Trident missiles lifted off. The term sugar cube diplomacy seemed to become a very distant vocabulary. The 12 Trident missiles that people often discussed had become unerasable stains associated with President Mike Pence. Although he served as the commander of the armed forces, the president himself did not have the right to declare war. The power belonged to Congress, granted to Congress by Article 1, Section 8, Item 11 of the Constitution, even though it was never abided by. From the Korean War in the 1950s to the intervention in Lebanon in 1958, to the two presidents in the 1960s that sent troops to Vietnam, armed intervention in Dominica in 1965, and the bombing of Cambodia in 1970. After World War II, except for the Iran-Iraq War and the Gulf War, which were immediately approved by Congress, almost all of the wars were carried out without the prior approval of Congress, and Congress was forced to accept it and provide accommodating facts afterward. These wars were won and lost, but it was the first time a war was pushed back onto UA soil. If someone had to take responsibility for this disaster, then it would no doubt be on the person hiding inside the Cheyenne Mountain complex and issuing orders. Even if they defended the motherland with complex emotions, even the citizens of the UA had to admit, they were the aggressors in the war, and celestial trade was on the defending side. Although the defending party obviously pushed the boundary too far. Let the story return back to the war zone. The line of defense at Peace City had been breached by Celestial Trade's 2nd Armored Brigade, and there was a fierce exchange of fire in the wilderness with the reinforcing UA 1st Armored Division. A tank battle was instantly unleashed. Just as it was during the Iraq War, but this time it was the UA who was at the disadvantage in this asymmetric war. The pride of M1A2 was torn to pieces by the shells of Tiger II. Whether it was a depleted uranium armor-piercing bullet or a depleted uranium armor, in front of the weapon that was more technologically advanced, it was as fragile as a stick in front of a sword. The battle exchange ratio of more than 20-to-1 made the UA Army fear whenever Celestial Trade's tank was mentioned. Tiger II was not the tank that caused the most issues. Despite the thick armor, the maneuverability was poor. With the support of ground firepower, the UA Army certainly had a fighting chance. However, in front of the Wanderer, any attempt was powerless. From infantry anti-tank weapons to long-range support artilleries, they had used all the methods they could think of. The soldiers on the front line witnessed with their own eyes that the tank was hit directly by a javelin missile, and the Wanderer in the center of the explosion was unmoved. It rolled out from the smoke and continued to fire its particle cannon and coaxial electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon. It continued to harvest the tanks on their side, as well as the soldiers that crawled near the tanks. Even if it was a dark technology, it was unnecessary to make the top cover as thick as the front armor, right? Even Tiger II could not use its forehead to defend against the javelin missile. The armor of the Wanderer tank, which utilized the Meissner effect for defense, had surpassed the understanding of the UA Army. The M1A2's forced to retreat in front of the particle cannons were like the Sherman M4s that were chased around by the Tiger Kings on the European battlefield. The only difference was that they could rely on the Air Force and their numbers to regain their advantage, but this time, they did not even have the chance to fight back. Under the alternate airstrikes of the Aurora 20s and Wings of Freedoms, the ground support firepower of the UA military was weakened to the extreme. On the contrary, on Celestial Trade's side, with the support of the Fireball 1 Artillery Battalion, with a strategic depth of more than 50 kilometers, the armored force pushed the UA 1st Armored Division from the suburbs of Peace City to O State. It was worth mentioning that during the Battle of Peace City, the Sea Beast power armor developed by the Advanced Projects Agency of the Department of Defense was finally equipped to the 1st Brigade in the UA Army. A brand new power armor brigade was deployed to the very front of Peace City. Although this novice brigade was mercilessly beaten by Celestial Trade's T3s and T4s, compared to the disastrous defeat in front of the Lincoln Memorial, this battle caused at least limited casualties to Celestial Trade. It was indeed true that war is a catalyst for civilization. If the UA Army did not see the powerful combat power of the Celestial Trade Power Armor Brigade in urban warfare, the UA military that had been bullying enemies overseas would not have thought of equipping power armors to its force. Celestial Trade's armored units continued to spearhead northwest, deep into the heart of O State. In order to protect the Great Lakes industrial area, the UA had pushed almost all its forces to O State and left only a small number of standing troops to defend C State, which was located deep in the hinterland. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President of the UA was the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. Except for the Marine Corps, the position of Commander did not exist in Army, Navy, and Air Force. The military officers of the Army and Air Force were the Chief of Staff of the Army and the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. In addition, there were also positions such as the Secretary of the Army, the Secretary of the Air Force, and the Secretary of the Navy. And now these officers and officials were all in Cheyenne Mountain. Southwest W State, UA Army Chief of Staff Raymond Odierno was heading to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base on the way from D-City to the front command on a Hummer. When he passed by the base, he asked his guard to park the vehicle on the side of the damaged road because he felt sentimental. This place used to be the Air Force Material Command, but now it had turned into ruins. If it weren't for the location marked on the map, he could hardly identify this place. The originally flat plain became a basin, and cross-shaped cracks spread out for dozens of kilometers. The planes, tanks, and missile launch vehicles were all missing, and the soldiers stationed here were either burnt into coke by the heat of the tungsten rod that hit the ground, or torn to pieces by the shock wave, or buried directly. I heard that it's worse in W State. After Deputy Chief of Staff Mark Millet got out of the vehicle, he walked to him and looked at the ruins emotionally. There are calibers to tungsten rods. Odierno raised an eyebrow. More than 500 W-87 nuclear warheads are buried here. This place is now a powder keg, and no one can be sure that those nuclear warheads will never explode. Not only safe nuclear warheads but also unstable conventional explosives were buried together. Under normal circumstances, nuclear warheads were safe, but if the explosion of conventional weapons caused the combat components of nuclear weapons to reach the critical value of the chain reaction, the possibility of triggering a nuclear explosion could not be ruled out. Even in the best scenario, even if this place did not explode, the slowly leaking nuclear radiation would cause permanent radiation damage to the soil. These nuclear weapons had to be properly handled immediately, but they did not have the effort to take care of this at all. Eberhard is right. We should have developed space forces instead of wasting our budget on increasing nuclear weapon reserves. Admiral Odierno sighed and thought of the old friend who had passed away. As early as 2000, General Eberhard proposed the tactical thinking of developing space forces, but the plan eventually became a scheme used by Pentagon officials to deceive Congress for funding, and it had not been taken seriously even till today. It's useless to say that now, Mark Millet comforted, we have assembled 12 divisions here, and 20 divisions will be mobilized in 1 month. We just need to hold the Great Lakes Industrial Zone for 1 month, and we'll have hope for victory. If we hold for 2 months, we can run them back to the Pacific Ocean. I'm afraid they won't give us a month. General Odierno frowned and looked at the ruins. Celestial trade won't lose sight of this. I have a hunch that this war won't last long. Mark Millet was silent, he did not know what to do. Mark and General Odierno were both worried about the same thing. The next month would be extremely bloody. Celestial trade would definitely launch a frenzy of attacks on their defenses, and the UA army with their back against the wall would not give an inch either. A monetary time of peace like this would not last long, perhaps till tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Odierno shook his head, then turned around and walked back to the Hummer. Just then, the satellite phone in his pocket rang. From whom? Mark Millet, who was next to him, asked casually. Headquarters. Our allies are finally willing to take action. I hope so, but I have no expectations anymore. After Odierno pressed pickup, he put the phone closer to his ear. He had no hope for good news. However, even though he had been mentally prepared, his expression froze after he heard the information hastily described. The phone slipped out from his hand and fell to the ground. Mark Millet's expression also changed, and he hurriedly asked. What happened? After a long silence, General Odierno spoke in a heavy tone. Something happened at Cheyenne Mountain. At the most unlikely place. Cheyenne Mountain. Among the endless mountains was the last fortress of the UA. It contained more than 200 internal networks composed of super-large and large computers and more than 600 dedicated communication lines. Data obtained by all UA military satellites, civilian satellites, air radar early warning systems, and ground radar early warning systems were also compiled here. In addition, the command center also maintained hundreds of backup hotlines, which was used to keep the communication open with the President of the UA, the top military command, major UA headquarters, Canada, and major UA military bases distributed around the world at any time. Even though this fortress was deep in the mountains, its reach was far beyond the reach of the traditional military command. The President of the UA could command the Army, Air Forces, and Navy here and call on his people to resist against the invasion of celestial trade. Unit 721 was responsible for the garrison in this area along with several teams outside of the unit, with the number of troops totaling more than 1,500, or equivalent to half a brigade. The UA also deployed a special mountain brigade equipped with the Sea Beast power armor to counteract against Celestial Trade's powerful orbital airborne troops. Although the 400-meter thick granite and several layers of steel reinforcement above the base gave them absolute confidence, the UA, who already suffered defeat once, did not dare to take this time lightly. If Cheyenne Mountain fell, even if the people refused to surrender, all the resistance forces would be scattered because of the lost central command. It was night. Heavy rain poured down into the mountain, and the visibility of the entire foothills was reduced to a minimum. The early warning aircrafts at the nearby airport were unable to take off, and the UA military had to send double the number of troops for patrol mission. At the same time, they also took the opportunity that Celestial Trade was also unable to enter the air region to maintain radar, air defense missiles, and cannons. Beams of flashlights occasionally appeared in the mountain, followed by soldiers that were fully equipped. The soldiers marching by as they searched every corner of the mountain. However, inside the shadow, no one noticed that a group of invisible ghosts were approaching quietly from a mountain path. There were two paths into the Cheyenne Mountain military base. One was in the center of the military base at the foot of the mountain, and the other was located on a cliff halfway up the mountain and could only be accessed by helicopter. Regardless of the path, both tunnels were more than 500 meters long. In these tunnels, there were layers of securities. It was almost impossible to sneak inside without disturbing the patrols stationed there. Of course, this applied only to conventional troops. Enemy patrol spotted at 3 o'clock. Roger, Ghost is moving forward. The sound of leaves being brushed was hidden inside the storm, unnoticeable, like a gentle breeze that just blew by. The muzzle in the Ghost's hand was slightly lowered while she took out a sharp dagger. She moved towards to outpost located halfway up the mountain under the disguise of the night. The risk of an airborne mission into the hinterland of the UA was extremely high. Even the strongest troops required supply. If the battle could not be ended in a short period of time, if the Sea State National Guard stationed tens of kilometers away came for reinforcement, unless Celestial Trade parachuted more troops, the Orbital Airborne Brigade was likely to be encircled and annihilated. After all, this place was far away from the city. They didn't have to be concerned about civilian casualties. If they used all the self-propelled artilleries, even tanks would have a hard time getting away. The entire battle plan took 3 days to formulate. In addition to Celestial Trade Army and the Space Department, the Ghost agents also made a rare appearance and directly participated in this mission, unlike the usual intelligence support. This showed the importance of this military operation to Celestial Trade. From the first shot being fired to the end of the battle, there was only 1 hour given to Celestial Trade soldiers. In an hour, they had to break through the strongest fortress in the world, and then force the president of the UA to surrender. Could the war end early? It entirely would be decided on this one mission. The raindrops were slashed to halves. A sharp blade pierced out from the darkness, and precisely cut through the fragile throat. Goo! In the struggle, the soldier's enlarged pupils gradually dilated, and his hands slowly dropped down. The Ghost, covered in a jet-black carbon nano-armor, let go of the hand that covered the soldier's mouth, then gently placed the body into the grass beside the mountain path. Her right hand formed into a fist, then she pointed forward with 2 fingers. A group of soldiers slowly stood up from the shadow and rushed forward. Along the way, any patrols were quietly taken out by Ghost agents. Under the double cover of night and heavy rain, this force hardly encountered any obstacles. Everything was executed like the exercise. The Sky IX-1 military satellite scanned the terrain of Cheyenne Mountain. All the soldiers involved in the operation had gone through countless exercises in the virtual reality system on the SS expedition before they were parachuted down to Sea State. When they finally reached the top of the mountain, about 500 elite soldiers in K2 kinetic skeletons surrounded the radar stations. The Ghost agents were responsible for silencing devices, and the flanking troops used drones to drop more than a dozen EMP grenades into the radar station. Quickly after an order, the UA soldiers stationed at the entrance of the radar station only felt a mosquito-like noise hum into their ears, then they completely lost their hearing. The orange light flickered, and light and shadow were distorted by the rainstorm. Bullets arbitrarily flew inside the radar station, and the soldiers' roar and intense gunfire were all silenced by the buzzing sound waves. Blood-stained bodies fell one after another, and the blood flowed into the mud pit with the rain and turned the mud pit into redness. The long-prepared plan was executed, and the celestial trade soldiers who quickly attacked the radar station did not need further communication. In the tacit understanding, the infantry company stationed at the radar station, more than 10 troops from Unit 721 responsible for repairing the radar, were quickly taken out. However, a fish slipped through the net. A signal flare passed through the heavy curtain of rain and burst into an orange-red light in the air. Almost at the same time, the sound of sirens echoed in every corner of the mountain. The early warning aircrafts parked in a hangar took off in emergency, the armored vehicles and the tunnel drove out in waves, groups of soldiers quickly assembled, and the entire Cheyenne Mountain covered by rain started to move. Da-da-da-da. The orange-yellow trajectories tore open the rain curtain and moved up the mountain. Celestial trade soldiers quickly set up temporary bunkers and deployed anti-tank weapons. The roar of gunship helicopter propellers reverberated in the mountains, and an encounter quickly ensued. However, to the surprise of the UA military, the surrounded celestial trade soldiers did not panic like they imagined. They did not immediately retreat, nor did they launch an attack on the helicopter entrance by the cliff, but rather, they had established a line of defense on top of the hill. It seemed that they were planning to defend this place. What are they thinking? It was the question in every UA soldier's head. Once the Sea State National Guard Support Company was deployed and dozens of high-explosive rockets were fired into the mountain, these difficult opponents would be torn to pieces. With the absolute advantage in firepower, even the best technology could not save them. But soon, Celestial Trade responded to this question with action. This is the Ghost. The radar station has been paralyzed, and the secondary objective is complete. Our mission is exposed. Plan A failed, initiating Plan B. This is the SS Expedition, the radar station is confirmed to be destroyed, initiating Plan B. Digging Warrior is entering the launch port, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, dropping. On the synchronous orbit, a huge object slowly floated out from SS Expedition's launch port. Due to the force of gravity, it slowly accelerated towards the blue planet underneath. In contrast to NA, which was shrouded in darkness, the small island in the South Pacific Ocean was bathed in sunlight. The indigenous people that lived here led a monotonous life day after day. Apart from dancing around the campfire and mating, they also fished on rafts, or picked coconuts and dried them into something like cheese. However, it was a lot sweeter and greasier than cheese. Trump gradually became accustomed to life on the island. Although Twitter did not exist here, the pleasant scenery was not bad. The plane crash made him realize many things, not only about life, but also about power, wealth, and family, things that he didn't understand before but now he understood completely. He had an idea why this crash happened, why he encountered this crash, and why those people dared to do such a thing. Right now, he couldn't care less, he could only hope that those people would spare his daughter and his Trump group. As well as his social media account. Just like his usual routine, Trump, who had completely become accustomed to his new life, wore palm leaves and left his big belly exposed. He patrolled his territory with a spear. However, at this moment, a series of white bubbles suddenly appeared on the originally calm ocean. A droplet-shaped submarine slowly floated to the surface. When Trump saw this strangely shaped submarine, his tanned face suddenly turned pale, and he stood there motionlessly. Although he had a hunch, he didn't expect it to happen so fast. What should have come, after all, did come. On a small island near French Polynesia, Jiang Chen saw Trump, who wore palm leaves and almost burst out laughing. Perhaps it was because of his laughter or he did not like Jiang Chen very much. Trump had a stern expression and did not look very welcoming. Whiz, a few arrows flew to him from the darkness. Jiang Chen, inside the N-100 power armor, slapped down the arrows like waving away mosquitoes. He gently pressed down Aisha's rifle that was pointed at the indigenous people, jumped on the beach, and walked to Trump. Trump let out a sigh, then said wryly, "Can't you just let me go? You know that's impossible." Jiang Chen shrugged, looked at Brian who stood next to him, raised his eyebrows, and said with interest, "It seems that there is an uninvited guest. It's your Rainbow Mansion assistant. Or the flight attendant on Air Force One." Trump spread his hands and said emotionlessly, "General of Trump Kingdom, the next heir to the throne." There was a hint of pleading in that voice. Brian walked to Trump's side, then stared at Jiang Chen viciously. The stone spear in his hand swayed dangerously. Although he knew that the weapon was useless, and did not bring him the slightest sense of security, he still tightly grasped it in his hands. Although the Pacific Fleet was destroyed by the hurricane, his instinct told him the cause of death to the more than 100,000 naval officers and soldiers that ended up in fishes' bellies were inseparable from the man in front of him. After he recalled the continuous rainstorm in Colombia, a word that only existed in legends, came to his mind. Weather weapon. It was like a sci-fi movie. But after he thought about the holy shield that defended the 12 Trident missiles, the weather weapon did not seem to be too far off from reality. Regardless of what Brian, who was dressed like the indigenous, thought, Jiang Chen looked at Trump thoughtfully. He understood the meaning behind his words. It was nothing more than, "I'm over 70 years old, and I fortunately survived. I don't think I can live for many years. I have no other pursuits. I just want to spend the rest of my life on this island, and so does the person next to me. He is the next king. Can you spare our lives?" However, since Jiang Chen already found him here, he could not make the promise to him. No one could guarantee that this small island will never be discovered. It would be a hidden danger for Celestial Trade's next plan if they kept a president that should have died here. It was why Aisha asked Jiang Chen if Trump should be dealt with. "Even if you think someone will take your place, it doesn't matter?" Jiang Chen asked thoughtfully. Take everything, don't bother me anymore. I know I messed up." "They are respectful in front of me, but they act differently behind me," Trump said in an almost self-deprecating tone, then said nonchalantly, "I know you want to laugh at me for being used as the scapegoat. Just laugh at me. Now Mike Pence is the president. Go find him. I have nothing so you don't have to care about a nobody, are you sure?" Jiang Chen interrupted Trump's self-deprecating speech, then said with a smile, "You still have your Trump group, the most beautiful first lady, and your amazing daughter. Career, family, and your social media account. Do you really think you have nothing but the position of the president?" "What do you mean?" Trump frowned. "Literally," Jiang Chen said emotionlessly when he walked to Trump, "if I tell you now, once you give up everything, then everything you have will be replaced by another person. Even so, are you still willing?" "Oh, God. You care about my meager inheritance?" Trump couldn't believe it, but he was uncertain as he said with a trembling voice, "My assets are less than a fraction of yours. Why do you just refuse to let me be here quietly?" "Because we need the name Trump," as Jiang Chen interrupted Trump once again, a subtle smile formed as the corners of his mouth turned up. He slowly confessed his original plan, "So we will create an identical person, for the time being, call it Trump number 2. Believe me, our technology is more than enough to do this." "You demon." Brian squeezed those words from his teeth as he continued to stare at Jiang Chen with horror and disbelief flashing in his pupils. From Jiang Chen's words, he had already guessed what Celestial Trade was going to do. "Well, if I am a demon, then what are you guys?" Jiang Chen did not look at Brian and just said emotionlessly, 12 Trident missiles and 96 nuclear warheads. If you succeed, 1 million citizens of Xi'an and even the 7,600 from the UA stranded in Xi'an will be the victims of your hegemony. You have never seen an international order as something you have to follow, nor have you cared about humanitarianism at all, so why do you pretend to accuse me now? I just did what you have done to me, back to you. If I'm a demon, then please tell me, Mr. Brian, what are you again? Brian was speechless, and after a moment of silence, he reluctantly argued. Neither did we think that. Jiang Chen smiled and interrupted Brian. Don't tell me that you never thought that the 12 tridents could hit all the targets. 11 of them were aimed at the city center of Koro, Anj, and Penglai. You were just planning to contain our air defense forces, then use strategic nuclear strikes on industrial bases and military bases on New Moon Island. Am I right? But you know, this excuse is meaningless. The war has already begun. Let your President Pence go to the International Court of Justice to explain it. Isn't the Pacific Fleet not enough? Brian squeezed out the words. Not enough. Let alone the Pacific Fleet, even if you added the Lincoln Memorial and the Statue of Freedom, it is still not enough. Speaking of which, you may not know, but we have landed in Capital and Nouveau York, and are now pushing towards the Great Lakes. Jiang Chen smiled. It won't be long before this war will end. Brian and Trump were both stunned, with shock and disbelief written all over their face. They couldn't digest the amount of information in Jiang Chen's words for a while. Even though he made the most pessimistic plan, Brian never thought that celestial trade would have landed on UA soil. And Trump had been in a disconnected state since the crash of the Air Force One, so he was unaware of any news. Even the news of the resumption of the Colombian Civil War and the collapse of the Pacific Fleet were all told to him by Brian. Let's not talk about this anymore. Jiang Chen shook his head, finally looked at Brian, and smiled. Mr. Brian. What's the matter? Brian responded subconsciously as he was still shocked by the news. With a serious tone, Jiang Chen looked into his eyes and said, You are a patriot, right? Of course. Brian raised his head slightly, proud of his answer. Very well. For the future of the 300 million people of UA. Jiang Chen nodded, then suddenly raised his pistol without warning, pointed it at Brian's head, and whispered, Please go to hell. Bang! A stream of blood spurted from his forehead, and Brian collapsed onto the beach. The pungent sulfur smell dissipated, and the deafened gunshot terrified the indigenous people who were gathered around. They shouted, God, fire, curse and other incomprehensible words in their language as they threw away the spears, bows, and arrows and fled. God! Fu*K. You actually killed him. Trump took a few steps back in horror. You killed him. Do you know who he is? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Most likely an officer from the Pacific Fleet that managed to survive. I have killed too many people, and I don't have the time to get to know everyone. Jiang Chen said this sentence nonchalantly, then tucked the pistol still smoking back on his waist. Also, you only have the chance to survive if I kill him, am I right? Trump stared at Jiang Chen. His fat and loose chest undulated, and he didn't speak. Let's continue to talk about the topic just now. Jiang Chen smiled slightly to ease the tense atmosphere, then he said, We had a very pleasant negotiation last time, so it was me who came today, not a cruise missile. What do you want to talk to me about? Trump trembled. First of all, I can give you an enviable lifespan, Jiang Chen said in a soft bewitching voice. You will serve as president for 2 full terms, including the time of the interim government after the war, and your term of office may be more than 20 years. In addition, your daughter will inherit the Trump Group, and we will let you have wealth beyond the Morgan and Rockefeller families, and the Trump family name will be given more meaning. It will be remembered by future generations. In the end, you will become the hero who saved your people from peril, just like what happens in Hollywood blockbusters. Lifespan. Wealth beyond Morgan and Rockefeller. The hero who saved his people. Trump was not overwhelmed by the series of sugar-coated promises. He swallowed down, then cautiously looked at Jiang Chen. It's the first time you can become a hero by betraying national interests. Betraying national interests. No, 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 you won't be the scapegoat. Jiang Chen shook his finger, then laughed emotionlessly. He paused for a moment before he continued, "In fact, we already have enough evidence to prove it. Air Force One was not an accident, but a long-planned murder. They charged towards us, and they purposely made the engines really loud to the point where the sound even covered the gunshots. They were like dense locusts. They would make you lower your head, and once you lower your head, you're done for, they won't give you the opportunity to raise your head again. The tanks started charging towards us, and then the infantry. We blew up roads, destroyed buildings just to stop them. In the war to defend our country, no one dropped their weapons and surrendered, but our entire battalion was captured by them. The Democrats were right, this war was wrong from the very beginning." A veteran who survived the Battle of Sea City wrote this in his memoirs 20 years after the end of the war. At the same time as the military operation against Cheyenne Mountain was launched, Celestial Trade launched a fierce offensive against the 12 UA Army divisions stationed in Sea City with the 2nd Armored Division as the vanguard. This inland city was named after the navigator. As a hub of the country's aviation, highway, and rail transportation, it was used by many North American companies as an important material storage and cargo distribution center. Not only that, as the largest city in O State, the industries here were extremely developed, with aircraft, automobiles, missiles, electrical appliances, pieces of machinery, and other heavy industrial bases. This city was an important part of the Great Lakes Industrial Zone. If Celestial Trade captured it, it was equivalent to prying open the gate of the Great Lakes Industrial Zone. If the UA lost this place, it was the same as losing the transportation hub of the Great Lakes Industrial Zone. This battle was destined to be tragic from the very beginning. The UA Army and Celestial Trade were not going to give up this place easily. More than 20,000 Celestial soldiers fought in this battle, as well as 3 infantry divisions from Moro and 1 Marine Corps division from Madagascar. More than 300,000 people participated in this battle, and millions of people were directly or indirectly involved in it. The air raid siren rang again and again, and the explosion of air defense artillery and missiles lit up the sky over Sea City. From the exchange of long-range missiles, the battle quickly turned into close-range combat. Aurora 20s and Wings of Freedoms, F-79, faced off against the formation formed by F-22s and F-16s. The densely smoked sky foretold the tragedy of this battle. F-79 was positioned as a close-range attack fighter, and air combat was not its area of expertise since it was technology from a century later. Just like the Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt II could annihilate any World War II models, even if the F-22 and F-16 occupied the home field advantage and the numbers advantage, the balance of victory still favored Celestial Trade. Dense smoke drifted into the city from the suburbs. The tanks that rushed into the city, with the coordination of the infantry, swept the resistance on the streets. It was not only the UA soldiers that fought in this battle but the citizens of Sea City, who were covered in the Star-Spangled Flag. However, the semi-automatic rifles and shotguns in the hands of these cannon fodders could not pose a threat to Celestial Trade's army, and their resistance often collapsed after the first sound of the gunshot. In this war, in addition to the 12 UA divisions, there were also 2 divisions from the neighboring ally Canada, as well as the French's Foreign Corps, Britain's 16th Marine Brigade, and Turkey's 37th Infantry Brigade, which landed in North America through a Canadian port. Although NATO countries did not declare war on Celestial Trade because of the deterrence of space-based weapons and Russia's amassment of troops on the border, they still extended a helping hand to their big brother through volunteer army and other means of war assistance. But this little force could hardly change the outcome. On the other side, above the atmosphere, a steel behemoth's descent accelerated under the pull of gravity. At the moment when it touches the exosphere, dots of flames gradually outlined the red-hot arc around its body. The 4 arc-shaped external engines ejected an eerie blue flame in the opposite direction and formed a light blue shield in front of it. Thick cumulonimbus clouds were directly penetrated. Inside the rainstorm lit up by flares, the UA soldiers looked up into the air, their eyes widened, and shock, disbelief, and a hint of panic were reflected inside their pupils. *T, what is that? Tungsten rod? No, it's a drill. It's a drilling rig. They must be crazy. Even a diamond drill can't penetrate 400 meters of granite. Not to mention there is a protective belt made of steel. The engineer of Unit 721 muttered to himself, as he looked at Celestial Trade's position on the mountain the same way as he looked at a lunatic. What do they want to do? Drilling through 400 meters of granite with a simple drill bit was indeed whimsical. Even with a large derrick and supporting drilling facilities, it would take 2 or 3 drill bits to penetrate a 400-meter thick granite rock formation. As for the protective belt made of steel, it was not a problem that could be solved with a drill. The steel protection belt embedded in the granite layer of Cheyenne Mountain was not ordinary steel, but a steel alloy with high cobalt content. It was not impossible to directly drill through with a drill, but it would take at least a week. However, Celestial Trade only had an hour left. The external engines were separated from the digging warrior, and the huge half-track chassis slammed into the center of the radar station and smashed the concrete road to pieces. As one of the few land vehicles in Celestial Trade that could be directly airdropped from a high orbit, the digging warrior possessed a strong armor and stability. Although it was hit by anti-aircraft guns a few times during landing, apart from a few shallow scratches on the steel shell coated with a tungsten coating, there was not even a slight dent. Although they did not know what Celestial Trade planned to do, no one could risk the safety of the president and senior officials. As the digger warrior landed, the Mountain Brigade and Unit 721 troops stationed at Cheyenne Mountain launched a much more aggressive attack. Bullets shuttled freely in the rain, and the waves of attacks came one after another. However, the 900 Celestial Trade Marine Corps soldiers would obviously not let them succeed. Under the cover of ghost agents, a bloody slaughter permeated in the night. Every second, someone collapsed. It was not only soldiers from the UA but soldiers from Celestial Trade also collapsed. Finally, the digging warrior completed its deployment. The huge drill bit was pushed out from the abdomen, and under the traction of the mechanical cantilever, it aimed at the shattered concrete road directly below, and the ground suddenly started to roar. The bean-sized pieces of concrete splashed like bullets, and the track slowly sunk. The soil was plowed away, and soon the drill bit touched the granite layer. The officer of Unit 721 held his breath as he looked at the top of the mountain. His eyes were fixated on that steel behemoth. Even if he knew the drill bit would be stuck in the granite layer and the drill bit would be shattered by the solid rock mass, he still couldn't stop his anxiety. After all, it was Celestial Trade's technology. God knows if it was another dark technology that made no sense. Earthquake. There was a tremor right above the multimedia room. It was the second time that happened. Celestial Trade launched a large-scale offensive against Sea City. After the wartime committee composed of officials and military officers received the latest information, they immediately convened a combat meeting. However, the noise that came from the outside from time to time always interrupted the meeting. The ongoing combat meeting was forced to stop again. This time everyone stopped what they were doing and listened quietly, as they tried to figure out what happened above. Mike Pence, who sat in the first row, frowned slightly, and the tip of the pen above his notebook stopped mid-air, and he soon heard a faint roar. "Damn it, I don't have a good feeling about this." When an officer heard the faint roar, he cursed with his voice lowered. When the colleague next to him heard it, he whispered comfortingly. "Take it easy, it's more than 400 meters of thick granite, and there is a steel protective belt. Even if they used the space-based weapon, it's impossible to penetrate such thick protection. Our geological experts have analyzed the longitudinal strike depth of the tungsten rod projectile. At most as they spoke, the ceiling shook violently again. Damn it, what are they doing?" Mike Pence listened to the discussion inside the multimedia room, then looked to the Secretary of Defense standing under the projector and frowned. "Mattis, I want to know what is happening outside." Just as James Mattis was about to speak, there were rapid footsteps outside the door. Quickly after, an officer of the Department of Defense opened the door to the room, walked in, and reported in a quickened tone. Report. Just now Unit 721 has made contact with us. The Special Forces of Celestial Trade raided the radar station directly above the military base, and... Mattis frowned. The officer hesitated for a second before he said, they dropped a huge drill directly above us. Obviously, he also felt quite bizarre about the report from Unit 721. Drill? The officials and officers in the multimedia room looked at each other in confusion. It was just whimsical to use a drill to penetrate through the shell of the Cheyenne Mountain complex. Could it be that Celestial Trade was so foolish that they naively thought they could break into the Cheyenne Mountain complex, which was known as the world's most secure air defense facility, with a drill? Drill? Is it the one on Mars? Mike Pence frowned. Different from others, as the president, he remembered that he heard an incident from the director of NASA not long ago. It seemed that Celestial Trade deployed a drill rig larger than 2 locomotives on the Mars colony to dig tunnels on Mars to fight with the devil worms that lurked deep underground. Although he was skeptical that Celestial Trade could penetrate the defense of the Cheyenne Mountain complex, the fact that these people never failed before made him question his skepticism. Mike Pence did not say much more and just ordered emotionlessly. Get the Sea State National Guard to hurry up. Roger. The officer saluted, turned around, and ran towards the command center outside the multimedia room. After Mike Pence gave this order, his hanging heart finally eased slightly. Even the faint roar was not so annoying to his ears. No matter what the enemy was thinking, when hundreds of rockets cover the top of Cheyenne Mountain, all conspiracies would be turned into ashes. No one could survive that purgatory. No one. Mike Pence had no doubt in his mind. He always believed that the Statue of Freedom would eventually bless the Star-Spangled Flag and protect the land of freedom as it had done countless times in history. No matter the price paid, they would eventually win. Boom. There was a violent tremor right above the multimedia room. Unlike the past, the tremor lasted for a full half a minute, and at the end, it was accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The officials and officers inside the room all grabbed onto their seats or the tables around them. Some that did not sit properly were knocked down to the ground. Then, a shrill alarm echoed through the corridors inside the complex. Only under one condition would such an alarm sound inside the Cheyenne Mountain complex. The look of shock and horror swayed in his constricted pupils. Mike Pence looked at the slightly shaken ceiling and exclaimed out. It's impossible. How is it possible? How did they do it? Daybreak in Sea City. The 12-hour offensive finally stopped and only 1 or 2 sniper shots occasionally fired on the empty battlefield. The bloody battle turned the former bustling streets into devastated ruins. More than 3,000 UA soldiers were killed on the first day of battle, and nearly 10,000 were injured. The exhausted soldiers dropped the weapon in their hands, removed their helmets, leaned on the bunker behind them, slowly sat down on the ground, and stared at the unrecognizable street in a daze. Some people lit a cigarette silently, some closed their eyes to rest their minds, and some prayed in a low voice, or wept to a photo. Sorrow pervaded behind the fragmented trenches and sandbags. The soldiers on the front line silently took over the bread and hot tea in the hands of the logistics and hurriedly ate breakfast. Most people chose to rest for a while and recharge their energy. Perhaps 10 minutes later, another battle was waiting for them. Maybe in half an hour, this breakfast would be their last memory. Slightly different from the mood of the UA military, the morale on Celestial Trade side was more uplifting. However, the soldiers who withdrew from the front line were mostly silent, and they were nowhere as relaxed as they were at the start. The damaged power armors were sent to a maintenance workshop for repair, and the damaged kinetic skeletons were directly replaced. Most of the scrapped equipment was drones. Although many soldiers were injured, very few died. At least, the casualty was much less than their opposing side. Different from the violent airborne landings in Capital, Nouveau York, and Peace City, in the suburbs of Sea City, the boys of Celestial Trade finally encountered resistance. The UA military had been preparing for this decisive battle for a long time. Tank traps and sandbags were placed on the main roads, and even foxholes and trenches had been dug to avoid explosives at the expense of the road. Not only that, but they also deployed atomic demolition munition. Maybe the UA soldiers themselves did not expect that this kind of unique weapon developed as a response to Soviet nuclear deterrence would really be used one day. In the 12-hour battle, Celestial Trade only managed to push forward by 800 meters. It was evidence that showed the bloodiness and fierceness of the battle. Unlike Celestial Trade and UA soldiers, the Moro soldiers were extremely thrilled. Even though they suffered a lot of casualties during the first day of the offensive, the power of hatred made them unfearful of death. From the moment they set their foot on this land, their emotions were never calm. Time passed second by second. At about 9 o'clock, artilleries exploded, and the air that engulfed the battlefield suddenly became more deadly. The soldiers who were resting opened their eyes one after another, then they picked up their weapons in silence. However, just when everyone was ready to fight to the death, the original combat mission was temporarily cancelled. Good news came from Sea State. Although the news was undoubtedly bad news for the UA soldiers battling on the streets of Sea City. Move! Move! It was impossible for a simple drill bit to drill through a 400-meter thick granite layer, but the digging warrior that landed here was not the same as the one that landed on the surface of Mars. In order to adapt to the complicated battlefield environment of Mars, the digging warrior had gone through countless modifications in the hands of the colony engineers to clear out devil worm nests located deep inside the ground. A thun-thick groove pattern was added to the side of the original drill bit, which was connected to a corrosion-resistant material container filled with organic solution. And the solution was devil acid. The corrosion-resistant cobalt drill bit rotated at a high speed, spewed out devil acid, and seeped into the granite formation below. The granite and the steel protective belt were both easily penetrated by the drill under the corrosion of acid. The speed of the downward advancement surprised everyone. When the last layer of protection was drilled through, the digging warrior smashed into the tunnel in the Cheyenne Mountain complex, and the steel gate just happened to be not far from the drill. The digging warrior continued its advancement and easily drilled a hole in the large gate. Soldiers in kinetic skeleton descended from the top of the mountain to the tunnel with ropes, as they followed closely behind the digging warrior with their rifle raised. The drill bit rotating at a high speed ignored the bullets from the front. Instead, it directly rammed into the giant gate by the Cheyenne Mountain complex. The irritating friction sound reverberated inside the tunnel as the heavy steel plates on the door fell off along with the rivets that popped out. In the desperate sight of the soldiers stationed in the military base, the 2-meter-thick alloy gate that weighed 25 tons was penetrated, and a hole the size of 2 people was left behind. Protect the President. With a roar, the battle was instantly ignited. However, the last layer of defense of the fort had been breached, and nothing could stop the Celestial Trade soldiers. Tear gas was fired and smoke filled every corner of the military base. Rows of soldiers in black kinetic skeleton passed through the gas-filled corridors. They used their rifle stock or short stick to put down the resisting soldiers and officers. Then, they kicked open the door to the multimedia room and surrounded the senior officials and officers, who had their mouth and nose covered. This time, they had nowhere to escape to. At the front line in Sea City, a radio was placed on the sandbag. The UA soldiers with rifles, heavy machine guns, and black camouflage painted on their faces huddled around the radio as they listened to the broadcast. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. They heard Mike Pence, the voice of their president. Compared with when he gave the inaugural speech and called for war mobilization, his voice lost a lot of vitality. His tone was mixed with a feeling of defeat, and he sounded like he aged. With a sense of astonishment, the soldiers looked at each other, stopped their chatter, and listened carefully to every word on the radio. But after they listened to the speech, the expressions on their faces were completely frozen. Or in other words, completely devastated. Today is the darkest day in our history. Our last fortress, the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, was breached. Hundreds of millions of people have been involved in this erroneous and avoidable war. We have lost more than 100,000 of our people in this war, and now, millions of citizens of Sea City are suffering from the siege. The efforts of several generations have now gone to waste, and our losses can no longer be measured by the gold in our reserve. Not because of fear of the future, but because of the fact that this war should be over. With regret and sadness, I'm reading out this agreement. On behalf of the federal government, on behalf of the people of UA, I express my desire for peace, and, at this point, Mike Pence's voice visibly trembled. As if he had exhausted his last strength, he spoke with a heavy tone and slowly said. And unconditionally surrender to Xian. Unconditional, surrender. Surrender. It was not only the soldiers behind the sandbags on the front line but also the citizens that listened to this speech through TV or phone. Everyone looked petrified, stopped what they were doing, and froze in place. Did they not say the Cheyenne Mountain Complex was unbreakable? Did they not say that even in a global nuclear war, this doomsday fortress could preserve UA's last hope until the end of the war? How come in just less than a month, the UA had lost everything in the so-called last fortress? It was not just the people of UA who were shocked by this news. All NATO member states. No, the whole world was astonished. Until 3 days ago, British parliamentarians still argued about the need to develop a space force at the Palace of Westminster. Until a week ago, Russia planned to deploy nuclear weapons to the border to prevent further warfare in Europe. Until half a month ago, ESA was still busy making a systematic assessment of the deadliness of space-based weapons. Until a month ago, the UA thought that a Trident missile would be enough to end celestial trade. However, the fact surprised everyone. This war, which was supposed to be dragged on and eventually lead to a global conflict, ended with the surrender of a superpower in less than a month. The majestic flag on the Statue of Freedom seemed to have only been raised yesterday, and today it would be captured in a historical frame. In Silicon Valley of the CA state, where it had yet to be baptized by war and seemed to have been selectively forgotten by celestial trade, the IT workers who stood in front of the conscription point hugged each other and wept bitterly. They finally worked up the courage to step onto the battlefield, but the president who mobilized them to pick up their weapon to defend freedom read out the surrender agreement. In T states, not far from CA state, redneck citizens marched on the streets with rifles as they swore to resist till the final moment. They did not recognize the surrender agreement, or even the president of the country, as they claimed to shed the last drop of blood before they ever put down their weapons. The citizens of W State and N State on the East Coast accepted this reality with mixed feelings, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. For people who have lived in a civilized society for so long, the days when they were ruled by the Moro could be described as a living hell. The island had become a place everyone yearned for because at least the celestial trade soldiers stationed there were disciplined. They did not spit on people, nor would they smash people's heads with their rifles if people stayed for a second too long. The citizens of B City and other northern states also breathed a sigh of relief. They did not know that Celestial Trade had signed a secret agreement with B City Consortium, nor did they know why Celestial Trade selectively ignored them. They were finally relieved that they no longer needed to be on constant alert, and the boys on the M state border could finally go home alive. The war was over. Although they lost. The soldiers who fought on the front line felt betrayed, but it was no longer relevant. Everyone did not understand why Mike Pence, the hawkish president, could not hold on for a moment longer. Maybe only Mike Pence himself knew the bitterness and pain in his heart. It was not because of his fear of death, but because of a word from a person that forced him to make such a choice. Chapter 1485 Unconditional Surrender. After Mike Pence and other senior officials were captured, the entire Central Command system was completely paralyzed. Unless a very charismatic political leader stood up at this time to gain the recognition of the people, and re-establish the federal government, the scattered National Guards of each state and the regular forces that just lost their brains would not be able to withstand the onslaught of celestial trade. After Cheyenne Mountain Complex, which was impossible to lose, was lost, failure became inevitable. In front of celestial trade's muzzles, Mike Pence certainly considered using his last courage to write this piece of history with his own blood, and it could be regarded as atonement for his mistakes. However, to his surprise, the soldiers of celestial trade did not make it difficult for him, nor did they make him press his hands on the agreement. A celestial trade officer walked to him, handed a future phone as well as an agreement to him, then took 2 steps back and watched him with both hands behind his back. Through the thin screen, he saw a man in the middle of the empty conference room. Mike Pence's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the familiar face, the face that he could never forget. It was Jiang Chen who had called him. "This war has gone on long enough. We offer 2 options." Without any nonsense, Jiang Chen raised a finger and put forward his conditions with directness. "First, you represent the federal government and surrender to us unconditionally." "That's impossible," Mike Pence refused without hesitation. The so-called unconditional surrender meant that the victorious country would only be constrained by public perception and humility of civilization, while the defeated country would be subject to strict legal restrictions. It meant that the defeated country would have to follow the instructions and orders of the victorious country without any resistance. In addition, the victorious country would not recognize any political power of the original government, political organizations, and leaders of the defeated country. From the time the defeated country surrendered to the establishment of normal relations with the victorious country, the functions of the government of the defeated country would be performed by the head of the garrison of the victorious country. For example, if celestial trade made the UA destroy all its nuclear weapons, the UA would not even have the power to say no. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and just raised his second finger. "The second option is that our tungsten rods have been reloaded. Next, we will implement strategic strikes on strategic facilities such as the Great Lakes Industrial Area, the S-City Industrial Area, the H-City Industrial Area, and the T-State Oil Field. At the same time, 20 strategic EMP missiles will be launched to the entire West Coast, completely destroying the national power grid and internet communications, and turn back the clock from the digital age to the early atomic age." When Jiang Chen said these points, he paused for a moment, enjoyed the expression on Mike Pence's face, and then continued softly. "Then, we will allow you to surrender conditionally, and maybe I will generously provide you with a humanitarian aid loan of no more than 1 billion XIN new dollars." "You demon," Mike Pence said with a trembling voice as the Adam's apple in his throat moved up and down. "Someone seemed to describe me like that not long ago, but I must emphasize that we are just doing what you did to us." Jiang Chen looked at the watch in front of him, and then said in a non-negotiable tone. "You have 2 hours to consider your options. I'll allow you to discuss with your staff." Although Jiang Chen's choice of words made it sound like he was negotiating, his tone did not carry any hint of negotiation at all. Either surrender or accept destruction. Although he wanted to avoid the last option at all costs, the Earth civilization faced issues far more serious than its own. To defend the invasion of harmony, the industrial power and economic strength of the UA were necessary. But Jiang Chen did not plan to negotiate with Mike Pence on this. If these forces could not be of help to the Earth Defense Alliance in the resistance against extraterrestrial civilization, then the least he could do was to prevent them from being hindrances. Mike Pence had no choice at all. After he discussed with his staff for an hour, he walked into the conference room with a grave expression. The officer who sat across from him was still the same officer, and Jiang Chen's name had already been signed on the agreement. After he had picked up his pen, he tremblingly signed his name at the end. Just 2 hours after the signing of the surrender agreement, just 1 hour after the embassies of different countries in XIN and the embassies in the UA received announcements about surrender, the news of the surrender spread across the world. In a city located in a small town in Asia, a family was having dinner in front of the TV. The weather forecast was suddenly interrupted by breaking news. The host broadcasted the news in a relaxed and serious tone. Last night at 12:20, Celestial Trade Special Forces launched an attack on the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Sioux State. The UA President Mike Pence and several officials were captured. Just 2 hours ago, our reporter in the Capitol has confirmed that the news is true. As the aggressor in this war, the UA has announced its unconditional surrender. The chopsticks that reached for the plate stopped, and the family was stunned by the news. The UA surrendered? How could that be? This must be fake news. How could the UA lose? The young man in his 20s pushed up his glasses, dismissed the content in the news, and acted like he knew a lot. I remember there was a battle in Sioux City yesterday. Once the UA has completed the war mobilization, with its strong industrial capabilities and huge reserves, Cheyenne will definitely be defeated. This is great news. Back in the days, the old grandpa did not hear what his grandson said clearly. He was only excited inside with melancholy as he recalled those difficult years when he falsely reported his age, enlisted in the army, and crossed the Yalu River. Eat, who cares what's happening on the other side of the Pacific Ocean? The family chatted, laughed, and continued to eat. Although the grandfather and grandson were still debating, none of them really took this matter to heart. If there was someone who really needed to worry, it was their neighbor Little Wang. He got an offer from the University of W State 2 months ago. Now he planned to apply to the global admissions of Koro University. Unfortunately, the dollars he exchanged could no longer come back. In the foreign exchange market, the Cheyenne new dollar had grown exponentially, and many people became rich overnight, and many people regret the fact that they missed the opportunity. The UA dollar seemed to have fallen to the trench bottom. On the contrary, because the expectation of defeat was fulfilled, the fallen dollar and plummeted stock indices actually saw a slight rebound because the war ended early. Not everyone willingly accepted such an outcome. For example, T-State and other inland states announced that they did not recognize the federal government's legitimacy, deployed lines of defense along the highway, and were determined to resist to the end. T-State refuses to surrender. Let the softies of the capital surrender. We will defend the flag to the last minute and shed the last drop of blood for the Statue of Freedom. A certain redneck roared into the reporter's camera. Regardless if they accepted the reality or not, the Celestial Trade Army and Moro soldiers moving into the inland military bases would eventually show them the reality. Procedures such as post-war reparations and the trial of war criminals were all put on the agenda. First, the trial of the defeated would be held at the Supreme Court in Capitol. At the same time, an admiral, who was supposed to be dead, piloted a two-seater modified Mustang P-51 under the direction of Jiang Chen and flew towards the west coast. Damn it, can't you fly slower? Trump's blonde hair flew wildly in the wind as he complained loudly. The cockpit glass was a little leaky, and the wings were also shaking. It was a challenge even for the construction robots of Celestial Trade to repair this ancient plane. The robot even had to 3D print a few parts and made them look old. In the end, it even added 2 wooden external fuel tanks. As for why the tanks had to be made out of wood, it was easy to understand. Sorry, Mr. President, if the engine speed can't keep up, we may fall down because of your weight. Although the admiral piloting the plane looked old too, his expression was rather calm. Fu*K. Trump viciously gestured to him with a middle finger but was ignored by the latter with the same calm expression. When they arrived in CA State, the fuel was exhausted. Admiral Bryan's superb piloting skills eventually landed this Mustang P-51 safely on farmland in the suburbs. When an old farmer saw someone destroy his farm, he walked over aggressively with his double-barreled shotgun. After he made out the 2 people in the cockpit, the old farmer's eyes widened, to the point where he couldn't even hold his shotgun and dropped it to the ground. Ahem, hi, Trump revealed a slightly awkward smile. then fixed his hair that looked like a bird's nest and pushed open the cockpit cover. "Can you help me? I seem to be stuck." You are." The old farmer stared wide-eyed, walked forward quickly, gave Trump a hand, and unfastened the seatbelt around his belly. "You are. I know you. Yes, I'm Trump." He stroked his messy hair, then raised his chin slightly. "Your president is back." "Unbelievable." "What's unbelievable?" Jiang Chen sat in the living room with a glass of champagne in his hand and asked with a smile on his face. "You actually won." As Natasha watched the news on TV, the expression on her face was still full of disbelief. In the news footage, celestial trade soldiers lined up on the lawn in front of the presidential palace. Surrounded by a group of diplomats and bodyguards, ex-IN President Zhang Yaping and UAE President Mike Pence met and shook hands. Witnessed by media around the world, the agreement on unconditional surrender was signed and it announced the end of this war. "I dare you to say that the Kremlin was still discussing whether to send a volunteer army," Natasha said with emotion. "I didn't expect you to have finished it by yourself." "It's okay. The Polish volunteers only made it to Canada the day before yesterday. Now they have just got on the ship and are going home." Jiang Chen smiled lightly and gently sipped the champagne in the glass. "Are you going to garrison troops in North America?" Natasha looked at Jiang Chen with a weird expression when she saw the well-equipped power armor units in the news. "Garrison?" Jiang Chen laughed. "Garrison is impossible, and there is no need. Of course, that is the case, but we will still keep about 12,000 soldiers in important cities such as Capital, Nouveau York, P City, and B City to assist the local police to maintain order until the UA fully fulfills the post-war agreement. Then, the soldiers will leave in batches. This time can be as long as 10 years, and as short as 3 to 5 years. As for the specific time, it depends on the interim government." While Jiang Chen spoke, he looked to the stiff-faced Mike Pence with a subtle and mysterious smile. "Unfortunately, Mr. President would unlikely to see that day. Let's talk about something you might be interested in." Jiang Chen smiled. "It's better for the people in the UA to worry about the UA." "What is it?" After Natasha took a photo from Jiang Chen, she frowned slightly and said in confusion, "What is this?" A gray-black planet was in the center of the photo. Against the dark background, it was hard to notice its outline without looking carefully. "Himalaya, a thumbnail." Jiang Chen put down the champagne in his hand and said with a smile, "We plan to build a colony here to mine the energy and minerals on it, and at the same time provide supplies to the Envoy class cruising in the Kuiper Belt. Based on the current discoveries, 3 worlds in the solar system have evidences of river systems: Earth, Mars, and the last one was Himalaya. Himalaya possessed a relatively complete atmospheric convection system. Clouds condensed and then entered ocean lakes through rainfall. It was the only planet with rivers other than Earth. Of course, what flowed in the river was not water, but methane. In addition to being burned as a fossil fuel, it was needless to say the value of methane to industries, even in the space age. The cost to colonize Himalaya would be much greater than the cost to colonize Mars, but the benefits for the entire Earth civilization would be considerable. Unexpectedly, this place would become a space colony and the closest large port to the edge of the solar system. Do you plan to build this colony together in the name of the Earth Defense Alliance? Natasha looked at Jiang Chen incomprehensibly and asked, "Why?" "Because in the long run, it doesn't make any difference in what name it is built," Jiang Chen said with a smile, "and if everyone participated in the construction, it would make it happen a lot faster. Since celestial trade already proved its rise with the decline of an old hegemony. From the moment the Holy Shield system opened, it could no longer find an opponent in the entire world that threatened its existence. Under such circumstances, it no longer mattered who established the colony. After the formation of the Earth Federation, the entire world would be shrouded in the influence of celestial trade. In that case, it did not matter if the colony was established in Celestial Trade's name or Earth Defense Alliance's name, but rather, it could increase the influence of Celestial Trade on the future Earth Federation. Is it conditional to participate in this plan? Natasha asked. Of course. There is no free lunch in the world, but our conditions are very simple. Mainly, it's to safeguard the common interests of all members of the Earth Defense Alliance. Jiang Chen smiled. For example, starting from next month, we will consider building astronaut training centers in the major member states and several secondary member states with good aerospace capabilities to train suitable colonists and starship crews. Training would of course cost money, but after the colonists obtain qualifications, the colony would arrange jobs for the colonists. The salary standard would be in accordance with XIN labor law. Salary would be at least 3 times the minimum salary for the same type of work on the Earth, and paid in XIN new dollar. Considering various subsidies, this salary was quite attractive. You go and discuss this with the Kremlin. There are probably interested people there and I can convey the information for you. I can't guarantee the result, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Natasha put the photo aside, picked up the glass of vodka on the table, and took a sip. Speaking of which, when are you going to have a party to celebrate your victory? We'll put the party aside for now, Jiang Chen laughed, then glanced at Mike Pence in the news on TV. I plan to go to North America in 2 days. The last time I visited CA State, I left in a hurry. I think my trip to capital this time will not have so many people that ruined the show. The war was over. The 150,000 UA troops stranded in Colombia finally could return home. They were already eager to break through the Caribbean Sea blocked by celestial trade submarines. However, they did not expect they would return home in this fashion. With frustration, unwillingness, and even resentment, the UA soldiers with mixed emotions surrendered their weapons, boarded celestial trade ships in batches, and headed to the ports of Capital and Nouveau York. Admiral Felton, who remained in port of Barranquilla, saluted with a complicated expression. He left the hundreds of M1A2 tanks and various types of armored units, then turned away with a group of senior officers. As the month-long war between the UA and XIN came to an end, the outcome of the Colombian Civil War also determined. The UA surrendered to XIN. The NATO coalition force had lost their motivation to interfere in South America, and morale began to deteriorate. After they reached an agreement with Celestial Trade to withdrawal with their equipment, they left from port of Barranquilla. Without the support of the NATO coalition force, North Colombian President Vargas fled from South America by plane overnight and went to Europe to seek political asylum. And almost at the same time his plane took off, North Colombia surrendered to South Colombia. Colombia once again returned to unity. For this reason, Timoshenko personally called Jiang Chen and expressed his infinite gratitude with an excited voice. The Colombian people will always be the friend of celestial trade. I will write our friendship into the constitution. No matter how the international situation changes, we will always stand by your side. Timoshenko was very smart. Or rather, he could see the situation clearly. From the beginning of this war, it was the 2 superpowers vying for hegemony. Now that the outcome was determined, the UA had lost the war. In this case, XIN would undoubtedly replace the UA as the hegemony of this world. There was nothing for loss for him and his government to be close with this big thigh. Liberty Avenue was located in downtown Coro City, where many heroic deeds took place 5 years ago. Now, this street was the financial avenue of the country. More than 5 large banks and 12 large and medium investment banks were located here. Many people referred to this place as Oriental Wall Street. In addition to celestial trade itself, the financial institutions on this street were the second beneficiaries of this war. The street that was already bustling had become a bit more crowded, and there were more foreign faces here than there were more than a month ago. Located at one corner of Liberty Avenue, outside a beautiful marble building, large and small cameras and production trucks circled around the place. If it were not for the Maglev Road that diverted most of the traffic pressure, the scene made many people wonder how so many people could fit here. It was the headquarters of the XIN Reserve Bank. At this moment, a conference related to the trend of the global economy was held here. Because the XIN Reserve meeting had always been a closed-door meeting, without any observer seats, both investors and financial reporters anxiously awaited the results of the meeting at this moment. In the past, every time the UA Fed held an interest rate meeting, the market would be frightened. At this moment, this honor was taken away by XIN. Even the Federal Reserve's vault was under the control of the victorious country, tens of trillions of assets were frozen, and the voice of Wall Street was no longer significant. In the current global economic downturn, all countries required a strong currency to hedge against risks. Precisely because of this, the attitude of the XIN Reserve was critical. If XIN Reverse continued to cut interest rates and reserve requirements while they implement quantitative easing and open the floodgates to the currency market to stabilize the exchange rate, then for other countries in the midst of the financial crisis, the XIN Reserve would undoubtedly be susceptible to taking advantage of this crisis and would make the economy of countries that held large amount of dollars and treasury bonds worse. An interest rate cut was inevitable. After all, the continuously rising exchange rate had severely affected the export of XIN. The XIN Reserve had to be responsible for domestic enterprises first, and secondly, the overall global economy. But now, the key was how many basis points to cut. Finally, the door opened. An Asian man walked out quickly. The reporters swarmed around him and threw all kinds of problems like cannonballs. Quiet, quiet, the man impatiently patted the document in his hand. Although he was only the news spokesperson who was not qualified to participate in the meeting, the expression on the man's face was quite proud, or arrogant. Because he represented a rising economy, every word he said was enough to affect the lives of everyone in the world tomorrow. He cleared his throat and read the results of the meeting directly. The translators under the stage were in a hurry, for fear of missing or misinterpreting even a word. When the speech was about the most critical rate cut, everyone listened carefully and held their breath. According to the decision of the XIN Reserve Bank General Meeting of Shareholders, this month's interest rate cut plan is 0.1%, which will be implemented at 12 noon tomorrow. We have also carefully considered the opinions of the sectors of XIN and the investment banks of other countries. Therefore, this monthly reserve requirement will not be lowered. A rate cut of 0.1%. Reserve requirements will not be adjusted. These words were just like a timely rain in the desert, and everyone was relieved. The 0.1% could not be underestimated. Originally, everyone expected that the XIN Reserve would directly cut interest rates by half a point to counteract the skyrocketing exchange rate. The goal would be to increase the total amount of currency in the market and pave the way for the next step of quantitative easing. Especially the representatives from Hua, their faces showed even more relief or rather, joy. It seemed that their fellow townsmen did not take advantage of the situation. After all, with the amount of UA Treasury bonds in their hands, even the wealthy people bank was hurt. Because the identities of the shareholders were kept confidential in principle, most people would not actively disclose themselves as shareholders of the XIN Reserve. The underground garage under the XIN Federal Bank was built with security levels not inferior to that of the presidential palace. After the meeting, the shareholders all left from the garage, rather than the main entrance. When Jiang Chen and Xia Xiu walked out of the elevator side by side and appeared in the garage, the people who were still in the garage stopped what they were doing and saluted respectfully or greeted them politely. Among these people, many were chairmen of groups worth tens of billions, and there was no shortage of financial giants with assets over 100 billion, but when they saw the two, no one acted arrogantly. After Jiang Chen nodded slightly to express his appreciation, they passed through the crowd. Then he opened the door for Xia Xiu, and the two got into the car that had waited for a long time. The XIN new dollar has already started to rise again. I thought you would raise interest rates drastically. I didn't expect you to raise interest rates by 0.1%. Inside the car, Xia Xiu talked about the meeting just now. Can you tell me your thoughts? There was no need to be careful chatting here because Aisha was driving. The first stage of exchange rate stabilization has already been done. Before the gold indemnity is shipped to the XIN reserve, I do not intend to further suppress the exchange rate. Over-interference in the market will lead to abnormal development of the market. We still have a long way to go. Jiang Chen smiled, and then said, "What's more, many people have been slandering us before this, and someone has to pay some price for their stupidity. For example, foreign companies that withdrew from XIN as soon as the 72-hour notification came out. The decrease of international capital shorted the XIN market. They desperately hoped for the decline of the XIN new dollar in order to reduce their losses. As for the citizens of XIN who chose to stay in times of crisis, whether or not because they didn't get to buy a plane ticket, Jiang Chen hoped that they could take the money to travel around the world and enjoy their life. At least in the next year, the super-purchasing power of the XIN new dollar was enough to allow any working-class person to live a superior life abroad. This victory belonged to every citizen of XIN, and this trophy was what they deserved. I didn't expect you to have such a sophisticated side." With the corner of her mouth curled up, Xia Shiyu teased him. "Haha, haven't you seen my S-side a long time ago?" Jiang Chen smirked. Xia Shiyu did not respond, but Aisha, who was driving, blushed. Maybe she was thinking about last night's wildness. "What time is your flight?" 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "Remember to be safe outside." Xia Shiyu turned around and left a kiss on Jiang Chen's lips. Then she fiddled with her hairs, and a trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes as she was not good at expressing her feelings. "Also, remember to miss me." Jiang Chen squeezed her gentle hand and put it against his face. He nodded with a smile. "Aha." Chapter 1488 The Resurrected President. We promised to recreate a torch on the Statue of Freedom for the people of the UA to commemorate the denuclearization and the hard-won peace. Zhang Yaping stood on the lawn in front of the Rainbow House, cleared his throat, and read aloud in front of the reporters from all over the world. Just a day ago, the delegation of XIN negotiated with the UA. To be precise, it was not a negotiation, but an order. In the position of the victorious country, the defeated country had no right to refuse any request. And the first request put forward by XIN was to eliminate all nuclear weapon stockpiles, nuclear equipment production plants, and even harmless nuclear power plants in North America. This would completely remove any nuclear capability of the UA. As the victim of a nuclear war, XIN had the reason, as well as the right to make this demand. Even if XIN did not make this request, the member states of the Earth Defense Alliance would make this request. After all, the president of the UA possessed too much power in war. Mike Pence launched the nuclear weapon without a declaration of war and overreached what the Constitution demanded. The action alone had touched the fragile nerves of most nuclear countries. Hua and Russia helped to put further pressure on this issue. While the EU raised objections, their voice did not make a difference. As compensation for banning nuclear power plants, XIN would bear most of the expenses to the UA's connection into the global grid, and at the same time, XIN would give certain preferential treatment to electricity prices in the next 10 years. However, compared to the benefits that celestial trade would gain from North America's access to the grid, the costs were minimal. As the world's second-largest electricity consumer, if the country opened its entire electricity grid, based on Conversate estimates, the annual revenue in the North American market would match the total revenue of the global grid in 2020. There was sparse applause from beneath the stage. Although it was good news, everyone's expression was tense and tight. Especially Mike Pence, who stood next to Zhang Yaping, was applauding at a constant speed. He had been ridiculed by the media for the past while, and these ridiculing voices not only came from inside the country but also internationally. People seemed to cast their anger on him. Both the people of the UA and the foreigners who had suffered losses because of the defeat of the UA. Just when Mike Pence started to feel bored of the show, an assistant trotted to Mike Pence and whispered a few words in his ear. Mr. President, yesterday over in State CA, for a moment, Mike Pence's expression became tense. Trump? Isn't that guy dead? He's not dead. It is said that there was an admiral who served in the Pacific Fleet who returned with him. They piloted a Mustang P-51 from the last century and landed on a wheat field, the assistant said quickly. How many people know of this news? Mike Pence said cautiously. It's not clear yet. But according to that guy's character, he should be back on Twitter by now. Mike Pence's face instantly turned green. After Zhang Yaping noticed the change on Mike Pence's face, he smiled and said politely. Is there anything wrong, Mr. Mike Pence? No, actually, yes. Halfway through the conversation, he changed his words quickly but remained calm. Mike Pence continued blankly, I have something to deal with, can I leave first? Of course you can. Zhang Yaping gestured for him to go. As Zhang Yaping watched Mike Pence, a meaningful smile appeared. He waved his hand gently, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. Good trip, Mr. Mike Pence. Get John Corning to see me immediately and let him take all the FBA agents who can still be dispatched. Also, be careful not to attract the attention of celestial trade. On the way, Mike Pence quickly said to the assistant beside him, I don't care what method he uses, he has to freeze that idiot's social media account. I'm going now. Mike Pence watched his assistant walk towards the other car, took a deep breath, nodded to the bodyguard who helped him open the door, and then got into the Lincoln car next to him. Soon his assistant called John Corning, but there was only a constant busy tone on the other end. In desperation, he had to call Corning's assistant but learned that Corning did not go to the FBA headquarters today. From the tone of the voice on the other side of the phone, the assistant to the president felt something was off. Neither Mike Pence nor his assistant knew at the moment that all the remedies were too late. A storm had started to spread to every aspect of the UA through the tentacles of the internet. It was a piece of news pushed by Future Group that completely detonated this storm. This news was prepared long before Trump arrived in CA state. When most of the people from UA learned that Trump was not dead, their first reaction was to look at their calendar. After they confirmed that today was not April Fool's Day, they all went on Twitter with the same puzzled state and found the familiar portrait. As expected, the Twitter account that had stopped updating for a long time was updated with a new tweet. Thanks to the FBA, to Mr. Mike Pence, to Boeing, and all the sponsors, you gave me a short vacation out of my busy schedule. Let me see, what have you done during my absence? After the Mustang P-51 pilot by Admiral Bryan landed in State CA, with the help of a farmer, he immediately contacted the local media. At the same time, he personally called Twitter to lift the temporary freeze on his account because of his disappearance. Immediately afterwards, the first thing he did when he got his phone was to send a tweet with a photo of the Mustang P-51 as the background, and his hair that was blown into a mess. Just less than 5 minutes after this tweet was posted, it received thousands of replies and hundreds of thousands of likes. Most of the responses were quite concise and clear. They were either only 2 or 3 words or only a few question marks. At Silicon Valley, in the office building of a tech company, Adam Best sat at his desk and read a newspaper. His state was not baptized by war, and all the employees were working. At this moment, the phone on his desk rang. When he heard the familiar alarm, it was almost a conditioned reflex. He jumped off of his chair, grabbed the phone on the table, pressed his thumb on the unlock button in one go, and clicked on Twitter. This alarm was set specifically for someone. As a member of the former anti-Trump alliance, Adam Best was always ready for every new tweet of Trump's. This entrepreneur from a city, the founder of Fansided, took the trouble to set up a special reminder function on Trump's Twitter. As soon as Trump tweeted, his phone would be alerted immediately. Because he did not set a reminder for anyone except Trump, it was very hard for him to miss any tweet from the president. Sometimes he would prepare tweets in advance based on different topics, then paste the tweet immediately and hit send. After Best saw Trump's tweet, he fell into a rare silence. It was the first time he did not criticize the resurrected president. This time, he only sent a series of ellipses to express his shock and disbelief. Because he really didn't know what to say at this moment. In just 3 days, the situation in North America once again caught the world's attention. First, Trump flew back to CA State, then Celestial Trade found the wreckage of Air Force One near French Polynesia and recovered the black box. The International Civil Aviation Organization sent a commissioner to Coro City to investigate and collect evidence and finally confirmed that the source of the black box was indeed Air Force One. Soon, with the cooperation of the International Civil Aviation Organization and the Xi'an Aviation Administration, the cause of the Air Force One crash was recovered from the black box. Based on multiple data, the circuit on the left-wing engine of Air Force One was in disrepair due to aging, and obviously, it was impossible for this to happen on Air Force One. If it did happen, then it could explain one thing. The person behind the crash was someone close to the president. As the investigation and evidence collection entered the final stage, the FBA Director John Corning disappeared. When the investigators rushed to John Corning's house, his home was already empty. Based on the closet full of clothes and the photos scattered on the ground, the former FBA director left in a hurry. From his water and electricity usage, he fled 3 days ago. The Boeing engineer responsible for Air Force One maintenance was shot dead at home. The Department of Homeland Security commissioner who accompanied the inspection committed suicide in his own bathtub. All the incidents seemed to be indicating that someone was frantically obstructing the investigation and desperately cutting the ties involved in the aircraft inspection. However, it turned out that all the efforts were in vain. Celestia Trade handed over the captured Morgan and a recording to the Supreme Court. In the recording, Morgan, who was injected with the truth-telling serum, had honestly explained everything. He had confessed to the murder of Trump, along with his accomplices Rockefeller, FBA Director John Corning, and the Secretary of Homeland Security. With the addition of Trump's own testimony, the conviction was certain. As Jiang Chen expected, when the investigators announced the results of the investigation, the public was in an uproar. The names of the people involved in the case could shake the political and financial circles around the world. Especially Morgan, after the fall of the Rothschild family, was slowly becoming the wealthiest family in the new century. And now, the fact that he was thrown into prison made it hard to connect him to the powerful financial tycoon. The ironic part of the murder scandal that shocked the world was that, in the midst of the turbulence was not the two behind-the-scenes masterminds of Morgan, who was already in prison, and the fugitive Rockefeller, but the president involved in a secret agreement. If it could be argued that Mike Pence, who signed the surrender agreement, betrayed the 12 divisions fighting on the front line and the tens of millions of reserve forces ready to mobilize, for the safety of the lives and property of all his people. Then the investigation results undoubtedly proved that he betrayed the country. To murder the president for power, use force to intervene in Colombia, launch a nuclear war that dragged the entire UA into the abyss. Fortunately, Celestial Trade did not launch a retaliatory strategic nuclear counterattack, otherwise, no one doubted that the entire West Coast and even Central States would turn into scorched earth. Immunity did not apply to the murder of the president, especially if the murder occurred before Mike Pence became the president. The Supreme Court tried his crimes including treason, murder, and abuse of power. The verdict would still need time to be delivered, but in any case, based on the law of capital and his level of involvement in the entire incident, his sentence would be at least 20 years without bail. Because Mike Pence's inaugural method was illegal, and he was currently under investigation by the prosecutor, he could naturally not continue to run the office. However, the UA politicians struggled to find a new president. In the history of the UA, they had never witnessed a president's resurrection. There was a fierce debate in Congress as to whether the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who was in the third-order successor, or the resurrected Trump, should take office. Although contrast to Mike Pence's term, sugar cube diplomacy seemed to become a highlight of Trump's administration, most of Congress seemed to dislike the snarky president and preferred the Speaker of the House to succeed. But in the end, it was Trump who returned to presidency. There was no other reason. Celestial Trade Force stationed in capital exerted pressure on Congress and forced Congress to make a wise choice. Just like this crime of the century had come to an end for the time being. Just as Mike Pence was arrested and imprisoned, and on the third day after Trump returned to office, which was the same day the XIN Reserve meeting on interest rates ended, a silver aerospace G-100 appeared in the night sky of North America, and slowly landed on the runway of JFK Airport. Aerospace G-100 had won the race against time difference. Before Jiang Chen boarded, it was still 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Koro City. When he arrived in capital, it was late at night. Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Jiang Chen got off the plane and left the airport through the private tunnel. Because this trip was completely confidential, the media did not receive information in advance, and naturally, there were no such annoying reporters. Other than the staff from the XIN embassy waiting at the entrance, there was also another man with a special identity. It was Jiang Chen's old friend, Loki from B-City. In addition, Joseph Kennedy, who Jiang Chen met once before, stood next to Loki. "Welcome, my old friend." Loki gave a big hug to Jiang Chen, shook hands, then gestured toward the exit, and walked beside Jiang Chen. In a relaxed tone, he said, "I'll be honest, it's not a good idea to come to North America right now. I don't know how many people regard you as a thorn in the eye. What about you?" "My old friend," Jiang Chen said in a half-joking tone. "Me? Honestly, you have caused me a heavy loss, but I am very grateful to you for sparing my factories and real estate in B-City." Loki laughed as if he didn't care about the war that happened some time ago. "Fortunately, this war that was a mistake from the start is over." For most of the North American upper classes, especially large consortia like the B-City Consortium, did not feel regret or sorrow about the country. Instead, it was the depreciating dollar because of the war that pained them. It was no exaggeration to say that the direct economic loss of the B-City Consortium exceeded $7 billion on the day Celestial Trade landed on Manhattan Island. And the loss was after the fact that B-City Consortium had reallocated their dollar-denominated assets after Kennedy lost the election. I'm glad you can think this way. In fact, you can completely forget that loss. We will soon let you gain more in the form of a win-win situation, counted as compensation to our allies. After a pause, Jiang Chen smiled. "In addition, I have a few things to deal with on this trip, and I may need your help." When Loki heard the compensation, his mind was overjoyed, but he did not let any emotion surface, and instead just responded politely. "It's my pleasure." The situation described as compensation by Celestial Trade would certainly not disappoint him. The deterioration of the XNUA relationship had indeed impacted XIN enterprises in North America, but the impact on Future Group was quite limited. In the absence of alternatives, all the people who boycotted the products of XIN, especially the products of the Future Group, selectively ignored the Phantom Helmet, Future 1.0 mobile phone system, and the Future phone with holographic projection function. However, if those people boycotting ignored these products, then the boycott itself was meaningless. Because those lines of business accounted for 80% of Future Group's revenue in North America. As for medical and logistics drones, drones were mainly sold to enterprises, and ordinary people didn't purchase them. Fortunately, those patriots in North America were still sensible. While they protested, they didn't throw stones or other things at those drones. Otherwise, Future Group would certainly laugh out loud. There were three main purposes for Jiang Chen's trip to North America. The first was to discuss matters concerning war reparations and the UAE's accession to the alliance. The main goal of Sugar Cube diplomacy or the subsequent XNUA war was simple, to bring North America into the Earth Defense Alliance led by Celestial Trade. On the second day after Jiang Chen arrived in the UAE, Jiang Chen met Trump in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel. Although Trump had spared no effort to invite Jiang Chen to stay at Trump Hotel, but considering that this social media lunatic would definitely take the opportunity to post on social media, Jiang Chen refused his invitation. Not to mention, Jiang Chen was still a diamond member of Hilton Hotel. "Please sit down, Mr. President, what would you like to drink?" Jiang Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, smiled, and gestured. "Thank you, water will do," Trump said. "Then coffee for me." Jiang Chen glanced at the female assistant at the door. The latter walked into the kitchen, then quickly walked out with a glass of water and a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, and gently placed them on the coffee table between the two. "I'm envious of you young people. Do you regret it?" Jiang Chen threw 2 sugar cubes into the coffee, then smiled. "Regret? There is nothing to regret. I have enjoyed everything that should be enjoyed. I am not bragging. At your age, the women I have slept with can form a football team." Trump sipped his water, snorted, slanted his eyes, and glanced enviously at Jiang Chen, who put some cream into his coffee and continued to rant. "Of course, I mean, even now I have the ability to do that. If it was not for his doctor's reminder to pay attention to his body, he would not avoid caffeine and sugar. And even after he started to pay attention to his diet, he had to take cholesterol-lowering drugs and small doses of aspirin every day." As he told Jiang Chen on that island, he was no longer young. Jiang Chen smiled and did not say anything. He took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from his pocket and gently placed it on the table between the two. "What is this? Something that can make you live longer?" Trump raised an eyebrow, as he didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. "You only need to take 1 bottle a day, once a week, for 3 months, Jiang Chen smiled, before he continued, "then you will find that you are a lot younger than you are now. Different from the drugs taken by the members of the Earth Defense Alliance, thanks to the samples provided by Sun Jiao's blood, the NAC's Pharmaceutical Research Department had now gained more progress on DNA telomere extension agents. For example, the bottle of medicament placed between the two could extend the life of a person to 150 years old, repair the organs and metabolic levels damaged by aging in the human body, and did not change one's appearance." Trump was now 74 years old, and his 75th birthday was 3 months later. The effect of DNA telomere extension agents was weakened for aging that already happened, but as long as the medicament was taken regularly, he could easily live to be 120 years old. Trump took a moment to process the information, and clearly, he didn't believe what Jiang Chen had just said, so he leaned back and laughed jokingly. "This joke is too lame. I'm serious." Jiang Chen shook his head and said in a serious tone, "We hope you will work for 8 years in your term, and then smoothly transition the regime to the next candidate we like." At this point, Jiang Chen paused, and then said, "Of course, if you are not at ease with our bioengineering technology, then that's fine by me. I don't need to force an elderly person to accept new things. I'm just offering for the sake of a cooperative relationship, to provide you with a better choice. You know, I don't need to lie to you." Jiang Chen's tone made Trump a little uncertain. After Trump hesitated for a while, he finally chose to believe what Jiang Chen had said, picked up the small glass bottle and stuffed it into his pocket. Although, his common sense told him it was nonsense to believe this. "Okay, putting these small things aside. You can choose a comfortable position to lie down in after you go home. Remember to sleep after taking the medicament, and then ask your personal doctor to test your metabolism and blood sugar." I can bet that the expression on his face would be interesting. After Jiang Chen put down the coffee in his hand, he sat up straight, crossed his fingers on one of his knees, and smiled at Trump. "Now, let's talk about the reparation and the Earth Defense Alliance. Which one would you like to talk about first?" "Let's start with the saddest thing first," Trump shrugged and said helplessly. "As you wish," Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. He took out a document from the briefcase next to him and put it on the coffee table. "The war reparations total is 80 billion XIN new dollars, including the funds used to eliminate the impact on the surrounding environment by the Trident missiles, and the compensation for the loss of equipment in this war. Considering the current exchange rate situation of your country, I ask you to pay in gold. 80 billion XIN new dollars, based on the current market price, was equivalent to 200 million ounces of gold. The gold stored in the vault of the Federal Reserve Bank was exactly 200 million ounces and accounted for about a quarter of the total global gold reserves. Based on the current exchange rate between the XIN new dollar and the UA dollar, 80 billion XIN new dollars was close to the UA's military expenditure last year. After the First World War, Germany paid compensation to the Allies. However, Germany paid in installments, and it was not until 2010 that the remaining balance along with interest was fully paid off. Celestial Trade required the UA to make a lump sum payment with its gold reserves. This requirement really pained the shareholders of the Federal Reserve. *T, you are here for the Fed's gold, right? Trump smacked his lips in surprise when he saw the document, but he did not look too surprised. The gold buried under Manhattan Island was already under the control of Celestial Trade, and he didn't expect this guy to spit out the meat already in his mouth. Anyway, he didn't sign the surrender agreement. He was now cleaning up the mess left by Mike Pence. What was more, since the government did not have that much gold to pay, it would have to continue to issue treasury bonds, and in the end, it would be the shareholders of the Federal Reserve that footed the bill. What? Refuse to pay? Go to the military base on Manhattan Island to protest. Trump picked up the pen without much hesitation and signed his name at the end of the agreement. Jiang Chen didn't spend too much on the negotiation of UA membership since the two already agreed on the island. They were now just putting what they discussed onto paper. As a businessman, Trump respected the contract. He did not renege after he became president. After he confirmed that the treaty was the same as they had originally agreed, he quickly signed his name on the document. Based on the agreement, the UA would fulfill the commitment within 2 months, without any conditions, and submit an application to join the Earth Defense Alliance and leave the North Atlantic Treaty. In fact, NATO only existed nominally the moment UA was defeated. An alliance that relied on Britain and France, Germany had already withdrawn, could not compete with the Earth Defense Alliance, especially after Celestial Trade mastered nuclear defense methods. The strategic balance between the two parties had long been out of balance. Now that the UA was withdrawing from the group, it only confirmed the expectations of the international community for the disintegration of NATO. Now you are satisfied? With the two agreements, Trump put away one of them and looked at Jiang Chen. I have a suspicion now that you expected this to happen. I just considered the possibility. Jiang Chen sipped the coffee in his cup and said slowly, you should know that B-City Consortium and I have always wanted to push Democratic Party's Joseph Kennedy to the presidency. You are the additional bargaining chip for Morgan and Rockefeller. They think you will fight with me and start a new round of the Pacific Rim arms race, and this is in their best interest. I thought so at the time. However, if I pay a certain price to reach an unexpected consensus in the diplomatic meeting that no one expected to go well, I might be able to solve this problem once and for all. And now it seems that I am right. Jiang Chen smiled lightly when he said this. The only thing I didn't expect was that they would take action so quickly, right when you were on your way back. This made Vargas in North Colombia misjudge the situation and provoked the war that shouldn't have happened in the first place. After Trump heard Jiang Chen's version of the causes and effects, he opened his mouth, but not a word could come out for a long time. Although he had suspected that his crash was involved with Wall Street, he did not expect that he would be used on both sides. After a long silence, he slowly sighed. Sure enough, politics is really not for me. My daughter also advised me not to get into this mess, but I thought I could do it. In fact, politics is very similar to running a business. The only difference is that politicians do not have the slightest contract spirit, and they must not. Jiang Chen smiled, you should be thankful that I am sitting in front of you, and not a politician. May I ask one last question? Trump sighed softly. Of course. Jiang Chen nodded. How were you so certain that they would do something to me because of those sugar cubes? Trump continued, if they didn't do anything to me, would you fulfill the sugar cube diplomacy agreement? These are two questions. I will answer your first question first. As I said, I just considered this possibility, and there is no absolute, both possibilities exist. Jiang Chen smiled. As for your second question, my answer is yes, I would have fulfilled the spirit of our agreement. Even if it isn't profitable for you. Trump also smiled, but there was a bit of helplessness in his smile. It's not necessarily about profitability, but the profit you mentioned is not the same as what I agree with. After he put aside the coffee cup in his hand, Jiang Chen also sighed softly. The more we reach for the sky, the more we can feel our own insignificance. A century ago, we were still imagining what the people on the moon would look like, and today, a century later, our flags are already on the moon. In your eyes, I might have made difficult concessions that day, but why don't you look forward and imagine, what can we get from this universe if we work together? And if you really did that, Jiang Chen paused for a moment before he continued, then it should not be difficult for you to realize that, compared to what we are going to get, the part one conceded is minuscule. There was a long silence in the room. After a long time, Trump laughed out loud, got up from the sofa, and adjusted his collar. He extended his right hand to Jiang Chen, who also stood up. In any case, you are a respectable opponent. Allow me to make a correction, we used to be opponents, Jiang Chen said with a smile while he shook Trump's hand, now we are allies. Although the answer he got was not what he wanted, after Trump left the Hilton Hotel, he was a little relieved if the man's sight was no longer limited to this planet, then those worries in his mind seemed to be unnecessary. At least the people living in this land would not be impacted because of this defeat, the soldiers of celestial trade would not always prevail over them. After all, in the eyes of that man, this territory was too small, and a bigger world awaited him to conquer. Although Trump couldn't see from his perspective, where the world was. Even if it had been anticipated, the international community still expressed a considerable degree of shock and regret about UAE's withdrawal from the North Atlantic Treaty. As the UAE joined the Earth Defense Alliance and became the fifth major member of the alliance, everyone clearly realized that the old era had come to an end, and another new and great era slowly unfolded. According to the treaty signed by the Earth Defense Alliance, the major member states would contribute 5 to 7% of GDP based on their territorial area and population weight, non-major member states would contribute 3 to 4% of GDP, for the development of the aerospace industry. From the number alone, the GDP ratio of 7% seemed to be high, and NATO's requirements for the military expenditures of member states was only 2% of GDP. But crucially, a difference existed. The military expenditure itself was a burden, and the money spent would generate no return except for benefiting arms dealers and the creation of a small number of jobs. Military expenditure neither improved people's lives nor obtained a return on investment. But investment in the aerospace field was different. Since the space elevator was built, the aerospace industry had been endowed with economic value in addition to a sense of national honor. Whether it was space mining or space industry, companies from all over the world actually saw tangible benefits. It was precisely because of this that, instead of resisting the GDP contribution quota stipulated in the treaty, many countries consciously decided to exceed the target. And now, the UAE was also brought onto the Earth Defense Alliance's ship. The original 50% tax, compulsory for non-member countries' space industry, was abolished, and the cost of operation for North American aerospace companies also dropped significantly. Although the country still grieved over the defeat, CA State, M State and other areas with more developed aerospace industries seemed to become the biggest beneficiaries. Even in UAE's current economic downturn, the aerospace science and technology parks in San Fran, B City, and other places were full of energy. Companies of all sizes had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and all kinds of hiring notices were spread to universities across the country like snowflakes. With the introduction of the 5-year tax reduction and exemption policy for the aerospace industry by the government, the aerospace industry in North America exploded with vitality. It seemed to be on the trajectory to become a pillar industry for the economic recovery of North America after the war. As for the longer-term effects in the future, only the future would know. The UA needs two rulers, one to rule politics and one to rule finance. However, the situation in North America is different from Moro, Madagascar, and Colombia, and it is also very different from Xi'an. For our long-term interests, it is too risky for us to support a dictator, and let him control the power of North America. This will allow his ambitions to exceed our control. So in this case, what we need is a group of smart and reliable political families and financial moguls to rule, not someone. They and their children and grandchildren will rely on family nepotism and their accumulated political and economic resources to occupy a position far beyond ordinary people in the politics and economy in this country, and their interests are closely related to us to ensure they are absolutely loyal. This way, even if their voters elect a wrong president 100 years later, he or she will be unable to make any progress in Congress, and their influence will be unable to leave the Congress, and eventually be amended by our rules. We will assist the people of the UA in amending the Constitution and give Congress more power, such as returning the right to declare war to Congress. For example, amending the antitrust law. The UA after the war will be more democratic than ever, and it will be easier for us to control. Inside the study of Xi'an Embassy in Nouveau York, Jiang Chen chatted about what he envisioned for the UA with Zhang Yaping. 100 years from now. Zhang Yaping chuckled and said, after 100 years, will your Earth Federation blueprint still not be realized? 100 years was still too long for human life. If possible, Zhang Yaping did not plan to consider that far in the future. He planned to serve at most 3 more terms before he retired to a position with lesser power. 100 years. It won't take even 50 years. Jiang Chen smiled. Even if the Earth Federation is established, we do not intend to interfere too much in the domestic affairs of the member states of the Federation, but we can talk about this topic later. Well, let's put this topic aside. How are you going to support those obedient political families, and financial moguls? Zhang Yaping shrugged, use existing ones. I'm afraid they're not easy to control. Support them from the start. I don't think those nouveau riches are your cup of tea either. The war has just ended, and many places need to be rebuilt, especially the capital and Nouveau York. The UA government has the final say on who gets a share of this cake, but ultimately, we have the power. After Jiang Chen finished this sentence, he looked up at the clock on the wall and smiled. There is a banquet this evening, and Loki from the Beast City Consortium is using this as my welcoming party. The entire upper class of North America will participate. I plan to use this opportunity to meet the future rulers of this continent and determine who should get a share of the cake. In the mountains of Sea State, at the entrance of a cave covered by dark green camouflage tarps, soldiers in forest camouflage patrolled with the cooperation of drones. Most of the people here were from Sea State, but some were also from T State, U State, NM State, and O State. These states were inland states with lax gun control law. Compared to the other states where it was difficult to get a semi-automatic rifle, people of these states could even store heavy machine guns and mortars in their backyards. Since the colonial era, the people that lived here were known for their aggressive custom, and that tradition continued to this day. They claimed to be the rebels, and they did not recognize defeat or any so-called surrender agreement. Even though Mike Pence's incident had shaken the faith of many people, their belief was never shaken. Everyone gathered here because of the same goal, and it was to drive celestial trade away. There were not only angry rednecks from T State gathered here. There were even patriots from CA State on the coast. And because of those electronic engineers from Silicon Valley, they were equipped with drones and customized kinetic skeletons. Despite the defeat, they also learned a lot from celestial trade. For example, how they could skillfully apply technology to war. Their life had not been great lately. Celestial trade forces had already suppressed the rebellion in T State. The reality proved that the militia composed of rednecks was not much smarter than the regular army. The rebel stronghold in T State was destroyed, and the rest of the mobs were scattered. Some chose to give up, and some fled to C State in search of hope. Now they could only scatter in groups in the mountainous areas of C state, and U state in the hope of a continued revolution. However, they could only barely escape the satellites of celestial trade. A Hummer slowly drove into the mountains and stopped in front of a guard post. Several militiamen walked out from the shadow of the woods and aimed the M-series rifles in their hands at the driver. "I have no ill intention." The man in a black suit got out of the car and looked at the militiaman in the front. "Look, I don't have any weapons on me." The leading militiaman glanced suspiciously at the man in black, then patted the comrade next to him. "Gerald, go search him." "Okay." A guy with the flag of T-State wrapped on his arm stepped forward, touched the man in black a few times, and shook his head at Oliver when he turned around. "Okay, man, what is your name? You should know that there is a war here." After Oliver signaled Gerald to step back, he walked up to the man in black, examined him. "Allow me to be honest, based on the way you look, you don't look like you're here to join us." Although he couldn't tell the brand of the suit, it clearly didn't look cheap. And the modified Hummer he drove was easily over $500,000. "Of course, your guys don't look like you're in the best state." The man in black smiled. "So, you came here to see a joke?" Oliver raised his eyebrows, and the look in his eyes did not look friendly at all. "On the contrary, we hope to improve your situation. After all, there are not many people who are still willing to stand up to shed blood for this country." The man in black spoke while he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Oliver. "My boss is willing to help you." "Help? Who is your boss?" After Oliver took the business card, he frowned slightly. "Kane J. You don't need to know, and I won't say his name either." The man in black shook his head, took out a photo and a map, then threw them on the hood. "This is, the place with the red cross on this map has the equipment you need, IDs, and enough cash. You should not be unfamiliar with this picture, Celestial Trade President, Jiang Chen. Last night he arrived at JFK and is currently staying at the Hilton. At the moment, he is probably having a toast with the traders at St. Regis and celebrating on how to divide up the UA. His green pupils almost shrunk to 2 points. The man in black seemed to notice the hatred that gleamed in Oliver's eyes, then he slowly said. "The opportunity is rare, and you should know what to do." In North America, St. Regis, and Four Seasons, were equally well known. As the first St. Regis to be built, the St. Regis Nouveau York opened in 1904. The European classical Baroque landmarks still stood tall on Fifth Avenue and acted as the symbol of the city's luxury hotels. The upper part of the building was designed with complex lines and gorgeous shapes. In its dignified appearance revealed the luxury of the old world, and the hotel was the darling of the entire country, and even so among the upper class in North America. At 6 o'clock in the evening, people walked in on the red carpet of St. Regis. Gentlemen in tuxedos, ladies in long evening gowns, and everyone here all had polite smiles on their faces. They were led into the magnificent hall by the waiters. Just from this dazzling appearance of this corner of Fifth Avenue, it was hard to imagine that this place was close to the front line of the war. It was no exaggeration to say that the red carpet was far more extravagant compared to the Oscars. Although the people here were not celebrities, the string of zeros behind everyone's net worth could make all the Hollywood big names feel ashamed. It was rumored that all the rich people fought hard for tickets to this evening. For tonight's banquet, the entire hotel had been reserved by the wealthy B-City Consortium. The feelings of the capitalists on the island were quite complicated towards Jiang Chen's arrival. Due to the aircraft carrier that pushed to the Wall Street Copper Bowl, almost everyone suffered heavy losses, and now Celestial Trade took all the gold from the reserve, which detonated a debt crisis for many large companies. The role of many changed from the hunter on the financial market to the fish on the chopping board. Theoretically, their reaction would have been hatred. But in fact, everyone greeted him with a smile at this moment, and the smile did not look fake at all. It was not because of their great acting skill, but rather, the smile came from the bottom of the heart. There was no other reason. First of all, the future bank, which arrived in North America with celestial trade, had almost become a life-saving straw for many of them. The second reason, the UA had to be rebuilt after the war, and everyone wanted a slice of the cake worth more than hundreds of billions of dollars. As for the defeat, it was not enough reason for them to hate him. Never expect the capitalists to have any morals. They would cheer for their own interests and encourage the patriots to charge forward, but they would not shed even a single tear for this country after its fall. In the center of the banquet, Jiang Chen slightly raised the glass in his hand and said softly in a pleasant tone, "Let us toast to peace. Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses and downed the red wine. After Loki, representing the B City Consortium, gave a speech, the melodious symphony signaled the prelude to the banquet. There was nothing special about the banquet. Like most banquets Jiang Chen attended before, the first course was an appetizer, then a cold dish, then the main course, and finally dessert. When people ate, rarely anyone focused on the food. The majority of them were chatted with the people that sat around them. Although Jiang Chen could feel that many people turned their eager gazes to him, both openly and secretively, almost no one left the table during the meal. When the last dessert plate was taken away, the elegant waltz played in the banquet, and the host Loki announced the beginning of the dance. After the host and the guest of honor left, the rest of the people got up. Champagnes were placed on the long table, and the lighting in the venue became much softer. Just as Jiang Chen expected, a large group of people surrounded him. "Dear Mr. Jiang Chen, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mike Colbert, President and CEO of Citibank, and this is my wife Phoenix Colbert. Allow me to gift you the sincerest welcome and I wish you to have a pleasant trip here." The gray-haired Mike Colbert smiled and shook hands with Jiang Chen. Although the wife standing next to him was over 40, she looked as young as 25. After Jiang Chen just greeted this couple, a middle-aged man with a big belly came from the other side with a big smile. This person was certainly important too. The previous one was the CEO of Citi, and this person was the shareholder of Chase Bank. Otto Garcia, chairman of Chase Bank. "It is my honor to meet you. Please allow me to introduce this lady next to me, Leslie Garcia, my youngest daughter, 19 years old. She is studying finance at New York University. I plan to ask her to help me at Chase Bank after her graduation. Leslie, come and say hello to Mr. Jiang Chen." She looked around 17 to 18 years old. Her delicate nose and the fullness of her chest combined both the petiteness and exquisiteness in the Oriental aesthetics and the curves of the West. She wore a pure white off-shoulder long dress that subtly revealed her beautiful collarbone. The hem of the carefully tailored long dress was curved from high to low, slightly puffy, and revealed her beautiful and slender legs. The edge of the dress was covered with diamonds that sparkled, which looked like countless morning dew on a lotus leaf. She was not only a top finance student from New York University, she was also considered by many as their dream girl. Not only was her look impeccable, but she was also talented in financial management. To marry Miss Leslie Garcia was equivalent to a connection with one of the most powerful people on Wall Street, and countless students from New York University dreamed of her. From her appearance, it was hard to imagine that she was his daughter. "Hello, dear Mr. Jiang Chen," Leslie Garcia smiled politely as her eyes shone charmingly. "I wonder if I will be lucky enough to ask you for a dance. Although this is a very tempting proposal, please allow me to apologize. I still have some things to deal with." Jiang Chen smiled. Although she was surprised by the rejection, Leslie Garcia was not put off. She just smiled respectfully and expressed her understanding, and then followed her father. Even if many had heard about Jiang Chen's love affairs, the people here obviously didn't take them too seriously. In addition to being introduced, there were also many women who self-recommended, but they were all tactfully rejected by Jiang Chen. Although it was uncommon for sociable women to join banquets of this level, Wall Street and Hollywood always shared a lot of interest in each other. Take Mike Colbert as an example. His current wife used to be a supermodel and a manager of a luxury company. The two also met at a banquet and finally married. By the way, this rich man has been married 5 times. Of course, it would be too thirsty to seek pleasure at this level of a banquet. The purpose of this banquet held by the B-City Consortium was to show the covenant between the B-City Consortium and celestial trade to the capitalists on the island. The other purpose was simple, and it was to find partners to divide up the UA. Even if the relationship between B-City Consortium and celestial trade was great, Jiang Chen would not allow it to be the only one in North America after the war. This would only create a second Morgan and Rockefeller. He didn't want a family to emerge one day in the future that could rise against him in the Earth Federation Assembly. Finance, energy, real estate, automobile, rail, steel, manufacturing, and even movies and technology had mobilized North Americans' wallets, and it was equivalent to monopolizing the continent's future. If celestial trade supported political families like the Kennedy to have a voice in politics, even if freedom and equality were stated clearly in the Constitution, he could easily take the votes of the people of UA. With the help of Bernice, it was not difficult to find out the background of these people. Just from this initial meeting, Jiang Chen had already created a list in his mind. Although to judge from first impressions would be too hastily, he believed his instincts. After all, just like what Zhang Yaping had said, he did not have the time to slowly train suitable candidates. Jiang Chen woke up early the next morning. 2 beautiful women laid beside him, and both were still asleep. Leslie Garcia was on the left, who was rumored to be the goddess and top student at Nouveau York University, and the one on the right seemed to be called L. Regardless, she seemed to be a Hollywood actress, and the fact she got into the banquet was probably Loki's idea. Last night's passion was still vivid in his mind. At first, it started off with embracing and mildness, to later, it turned into the girls begging for mercy. The 2 girls obviously underestimated Jiang Chen's combat effectiveness. After all, in their perception, Asians were not great in this aspect, and soon they realized how wrong they were. After Jiang Chen reminisced last night's memory for a moment, he took a sip of water from the bedside table to soothe his dry throat. He shook his somewhat drowsy head, felt that the drunkenness had almost disappeared, then he got up, looked at his shapely muscles with satisfaction, and stretched for a moment. The physique modified by the genetic vaccine was indeed powerful, and most people simply couldn't handle him. The battle lasted till 2 in the morning before Jiang Chen finally spared Miss Leslie, who had already begun to roll her eyes and speak incoherently. Then he vented his last remaining energy on her before he finally felt the fatigue and fell asleep. And Miss L next to him had been defeated an hour ago. When he walked to the next room, Jiang Chen found a pen from the drawer, tore off a piece of paper, and wrote a few lines of names based on last night's impression. After he confirmed that there were no mistakes, he clicked on the holographic screen on his watch and called Bernice, the person in charge of the ghost agents in North America. "Bernice, come to my room." "Okay." After he hung up, he went back to the bedroom. After he put on some clothes, seeing that the 2 women hadn't woken up, he covered the 2 beautiful bodies with the sheets. The messy blonde hair was draped on the white and soft bedding and soft purrs were faintly audible. The red lips would occasionally murmur a few words which made the scene quite seductive. After he appreciated the scene for a moment, it didn't take long before he heard a knock. When he opened the door, Bernice was already there. When her beautiful eyes scanned across the 2 pairs of high heels on the floor, the way she looked at Jiang Chen turned a bit more seductive, she whistled and teased him. "How was your night? Want to try?" Jiang Chen said lazily, "Come in if you don't want to try." This little girl dares to joke with the boss after she has been away for a while. Jiang Chen wondered if it was time to find a chance to teach her a lesson. Bernice noticed the bad intentions in Jiang Chen's eyes, stuck her tongue out, cut the nonsense, and hurriedly changed her shoes, and went into the living room. Although Jiang Chen usually brought a few bodyguards every time he went out, the ghost agents who were absolutely loyal to him was the trump card that ensured his safety. Take this banquet as an example. As early as 2 days before the banquet, everyone at the St. Regis Hotel, from the chef to the cleaner, was thoroughly checked. As for the guests who attended the banquet, they had already investigated them before the invitation letters were sent out. Before, the activities of ghost agents in North America were also suppressed by the FBA, the Department of Homeland Security, and the CIB. Now, Bernice's people were almost out in broad daylight, in the name of the North American Garrison Intelligence Division of Celestial Trade. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, clamped the list that had just been created with 2 fingers, and threw it on the coffee table. Although his eyes looked a bit lazy, his tone had turned serious. Bernice sat right across from him and listened carefully. She didn't have the same frivolousness as before. You have to investigate the people on this list carefully, including their assets, liabilities, capital flows, etc. I need a detailed report. Also, remember their children and their families are within the scope of the investigation. I want you to this report as soon as possible, preferably within a week. If you have any difficulties, tell me now. If nothing else, these people on this list would be the mainstay of future politics and economics in his country. Celestial Trade would provide them with the necessary help, such as policy support to solve the debt crisis caused by this financial tsunami. No problem, Bernice smiled. She pinched the list with her 2 fingers and shook the list, at most 5 days, wait for my good news. As she spoke, she got up and walked to the hallway. Wait a minute, Jiang Chen said suddenly. Are there any more orders? Bernice, who had already reached the door, stopped and turned to ask. Show me that list again. The paper flew onto the table. Jiang Chen reached out and picked up the list, then glanced again. He pondered for 2 seconds, picked up the pen, and added a line at the end of the list. Otto Garcia, well, it's okay now. He folded the list into an airplane, then threw it in Bernice's direction. Chase Bank was in a bad situation recently. North American banks were the hardest hit by the financial tsunami triggered by the depreciating dollar. It was rumored that Deutsche Bank, which had risen to the 4th largest bank in the world, was in private contact with the shareholders of Chase Bank to discuss a possible acquisition. It was no wonder Otto Garcia spared no effort to please Jiang Chen at the banquet, and even sent his favorite little daughter here. This financial tycoon could read the situation clearly. Backed by the XIN reserve and holding a huge amount of XIN new dollars, Future Bank had become a well-deserved hegemon in the financial world. Now that Deutsche Bank already plans to take action against Wall Street, it seemed that only Future Bank could save Chase Bank's life at this moment. If Future Bank was willing to inject capital into Chase, it would undoubtedly stabilize the confidence of those shareholders, and Deutsche Bank would certainly back down from the acquisition and sell it to Future Bank as a favor. It was not difficult for Jiang Chen to help Otto Garcia. He called the front desk and ordered breakfast for the 2 girls. Since it would be awkward once they wake up, Jiang Chen didn't plan to stay long. After all, for him, what happened last night was at best a dessert. Before he left, he saw the handbag on the bedside table. Since they were still sleeping, Jiang Chen flipped it open. From the name on a shopping card, Jiang Chen learned that the lady's name was Elle Fanning. He vaguely remembered seeing her movie. It seemed to be called Maleficent. When he looked at Elle Fanning, who was curled up into a ball in her sleep, the corner of his mouth turned up. Well, she does look like a sleeping beauty at this moment. Before Jiang Chen left St. Regis, he spoke with Loki, then headed to the XIN embassy. On the way, Jiang Chen received a call from Aisha and listened to her report on the Syria situation. With the cooperation of Russian fighters, we and the Syrian government have successfully surrounded the IS armed forces in the Mayadin area. The Iraqi side has sent troops to the border to prevent the IS forces from retreating to the border. This war should be ending soon. Very well, inform Yarif so that he is ready to take over this army. Jiang Chen said. Okay. Aisha nodded. Without the support of North American arms dealers, the kingdom of terror that IS established was on the verge of collapsing. Even without Celestial Trade's armed assistance to Syria, those thugs could not hold on for much longer. Civilization would eventually defeat barbarism, as history had proven countless times. What Jiang Chen really cared about now was the situation in Saudi Arabia. The king's health deteriorated, and it would not be long before Yarif will step onto the political stage in the Middle East as the king. As a reformist who supported secularization, Yarif required an army to complete his plan. Jiang Chen was also very happy to see a more enlightened Middle East, which was conducive to Celestial Trade's global policy, so he promised to provide military assistance to Yarif after the Syrian issue. Let's set the problem in the Middle East aside, for now. Has Rockefeller's whereabouts been found? Jiang Chen asked. There are two clues, one leading to South Africa and the other leading to Canada. He is much more cautious than Morgan. He had already left the country through Kennedy Airport before the Trident missiles were launched. There were 2 flights we tracked. After a pause, Aisha continued, we have sent ghosts to Canada and South Africa. By the way, some time ago, Monica was in Europe and traced Rockefeller's secret account at the Bank of France, and she saw an abnormal capital flow of more than 50 million euros. Can you trace where the money went? Jiang Chen asked. An account with Chase Bank, and the ID has been sent to your mailbox. The name of the account holder is Eris Ben, a native of W State and the owner of the Ocean Lake Armory factory. Based on the agreement, production in the military factory has stopped a week ago, Aisha said. Send someone to lock down his factory and arrest him for questioning, Jiang Chen said. Yes. Aisha nodded. Let's execute on this. By the way, there is something else. Just as he was about to hang up, Jiang Chen suddenly seemed to have thought of something and stopped Aisha. Anything else? Aisha said softly. Well, about those terrorists. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued. Tell my original words to the frontline commander and tell him that he doesn't need to keep them alive. The Geneva Convention does not apply to animals, and I don't plan on asking any questions. White phosphorus munitions, incendiary munitions, thermobaric weapons, use whatever is the fastest and finish the war. If they want to go to heaven so desperately, then we'll help them out. If they like explosions so much, then we'll let them see all the explosions. Show no mercy. I don't need a single one alive. Aisha was taken aback for a moment, then a rare look of gratitude gradually appeared in those sapphire eyes. She suddenly turned serious and said with force. Roger. Her parents died tragically at the hands of the heretics. If it hadn't been for meeting Jiang Chen in that desert, her best destiny would have been to escape to a refugee camp in Turkey, where she would be bought at a set price. Although she had already given up the belief that had never redeemed her and tried her best to avoid that memory, but just like what Jiang Chen once said, she never really let go of her past. She never really let go of that blood feud. If those criminals surrendered and accepted trial by the International Court of Justice in accordance with normal procedures, except for a few people that would be sent to the gallows, many innocent people would probably escape the punishment, and be forgiven by the superior judges with fake kindness. It was like civilization would eventually forgive barbarism. However, only those who have really experienced hell knew the pain. From the moment they picked up the butcher knife, no one should be forgiven. No one was innocent. After Jiang Chen got over an issue that had bothered him, his mood felt a lot lighter. After he hung up, he swiped his finger across the screen and clicked on a folder containing photos of him when he first met Aisha. It was the summer 6 years ago. At that time, she was very skinny and small, a little bigger than Yao Yao, with dark brown hair and blue eyes. She wore new clothes she had never seen before, stood there awkwardly, and pinched her skirt. She was like a doll that had just begun to grow. Thinking about it now, I really do miss the old times. He shook his head with a smile, then slid his finger against the holographic screen and put the photo away. Aisha grew up, and he didn't seem to be young anymore. He would be 30 years old in a few years, the golden age of taking DNA telomere extension medicine. Conservatively estimated, he could still live for a few hundred years. With so many people who love him, it would not be a lonely road. After he opened the mailbox, Jiang Chen wrote an email and sent it to Otto Garcia, the father of Leslie Garcia and the chairman of Chase Bank. The content of the email was very simple. "Freeze an account for me, ID." In less than half a minute, he got a reply. The response was only 2 letters. "Okay, what happened ahead?" "It seems to be a car accident." The bodyguard in the driver's seat answered Jiang Chen's question, then cautiously looked around. The bodyguard in the other seat had already put his hand into his jacket and held onto the Type 11 pistol. It was not for the fact that they had noticed something, but they were always on alert if any unexpected situation happened. No one could guarantee if this car accident was meant to stop their car. Ghost agents were probably already acting on this information, and it won't be long before they find out what happened. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen, who sat in the back seat, suddenly yawned, then he grinned and muttered casually as if he was talking to himself. "I originally thought that on this trip there wouldn't be so many annoying rats. It seems that some people still want to bother me." The UA still didn't seem to know who was the Iron Man that went into the embassy alone in the Los Santos attack 2 years ago. Maybe, it was for people all over the world to see his other identity. Although his bodyguard did not notice anything, Jiang Chen had already sensed a murderous aura was slowly approaching in his direction. It was the ability given by his blood after he unlocked the first level of genetic code. After countless experiences in the 2 worlds, this world and the apocalypse, he had gained a strong intuition. Even if he hasn't used it for a long time, this ability had never left him. It was difficult to explain with science. It was probably similar to the instinct of a beast. Jiang Chen reached under the seat and entered his birthday nonchalantly. There was a sound of a click, then a red button popped out. He looked up at the opposite side of the street corner, smiled mysteriously, and without any hesitation, he pressed the button. Chapter 1496. I won't say it even if I die. In the faint static constant electricity sound, the foam cushion of the car's seat moved sideways. Countless pieces of steel plate armor slowly rose from the gap in the seat under the traction of the mechanical arm, and accurately passed through Jiang Chen's legs and arms, and then buckled together in a series of clicks. It was the last insurance on the custom-designed lure vehicle. AT-3 power armor was built into the back seat and occupied half the trunk. Not only that, the armor was reinforced with titanium alloy. It was also changed from equipped from the rear to equipped from the front, so it could be assembled quickly. The 2 bodyguards that sat in the front turned around and looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Their boss, who previously sat there in a suit, had turned into a steel robot armed to his teeth. T3. It was impossible for any employee at Celestial Trade to be unfamiliar with this piece of technology. "You wait for me here, I will go have some fun." Despite the fact that the 2 bodyguards could not see him, Jiang Chen grinned at the 2 before he opened the car door. Almost at the same time, a layer of cobweb-like crack spread from the middle of the glass to both sides, accompanied by a gunshot sounded from a distance. "What the K?" The 2 bodyguards in the front row subconsciously raised their arms and lowered their bodies. Fortunately, all the glass on lure was high-strength bulletproof glass doped with graphene interlayers. Even if the gunshot came from an anti-vehicle rifle, it was impossible to penetrate the car with a single bullet. The sniper that crawled on the building skillfully pulled the bolt, and an orange-yellow bullet case still smoking was ejected from the barrel, and his finger was placed on the trigger again. Just now, there was a second gunshot. But the bullet didn't fly towards Jiang Chen's car, it flew towards the sniper. Without the slightest warning, the sniper who was about to fire his second shot was shot in the head, and blood spluttered on the water tank behind him. The sniper rifle in his hand fell downstairs and slammed into pieces on the concrete. 2 blocks from the building, in a truck parked on the side of the road, 5 men sat in the back of a truck. They held automatic rifles such as AK-47 and M4, taped to their hands, and they wore bulletproof vests of different models. Some of them were veterans, and some were employees of former military contractors. "Jamie is down. Damn it, it's ghost agents. Their reaction is too fast." Carlson's expression was gloomy, as the ambush did not start off smoothly. Their people successfully caused a car accident and forced Jiang Chen's car to stop. However, the material strength of the bulletproof glass still exceeded their expectations, and even the .50 Magnum ammunition doped with a reinforced layer failed to penetrate the glass. When Jamie was about to fire a second time, the previous gunshot had already exposed his position. Whenever Jiang Chen traveled, at least one sniper was on standby nearby. Carlson felt that he was not assassinating an entrepreneur, but the head of state. What to do? The burly black man next to him said with hesitance, "They have at least one sniper, we must continue." A trace of determination flashed across the man's face, and he loaded the rifle, for the UA. For the Statue of Freedom. At the same time, he also said silently in his heart, "I hope those people fulfill their promises. For the Statue of Freedom." The driver shouted out, and the truck went on the opposing lane, passed through the congested area, and directly rammed into Jiang Chen's car. A black car darted out from the side and blocked the front of the truck, and the side of the car was crumbled by the collision. The back door of the truck was kicked open, and Carlson, wearing a ski mask, jumped onto the street first. He first opened fire into the air, and then sprayed into the car that was blocking the truck. Right after, he passed through the fleeing and screaming crowd and rushed right to the black Luer sedan. The Luer did not reverse but opened its trunk instead. For some reason, Carlson suddenly felt a strong sense of anxiety overwhelm him as he saw the open trunk. At this moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his footsteps were half a beat too slow. A foot covered with steel stepped out from the trunk and made a loud thumping sound when it landed on the concrete ground. The innocent citizens were quivering underneath their vehicle with hands around their heads, as they thought they were under a terrorist attack. They peeked their eyes to the figure behind that Luer sedan in a surprised and dumbfounded state. "This is..." They felt like they had seen this somewhere before. This type of T-3 was naturally different from the mass-produced T-3 used by soldiers. Although the engine and the core weapon were the same for the two models, the one worn on Jiang Chen's body was vastly different in terms of the armor material and the streamlined appearance. As a result, these citizens living in the internet era recognized the origin of this thing in an instant. This, isn't this?" Hans, who was underneath a vehicle, widened his eyes. Not long ago, he had revisited the picture on a military forum. Someone compared the Iron Man in the Los Santos incident to the glimpse of the figure that first appeared in Coro City, and the photo of the T-3 Power Armor Brigade that landed in Capital. In the end, they demonstrated that the Iron Man was actually just a T-3 with a different breastplate and weapon. The argument on the internet had been inconclusive, but everyone had no doubt that it was the masterpiece of celestial trade. Because only celestial trade could manufacture power armor capable of flying. As for the counterfeit made by the Department of Defense, it was just a clunky piece of iron that worked like a larger kinetic skeleton. However, they had never thought that the Iron Man was neither a special force member from Celestial Trade nor a bodyguard. He turned out to be the president of Celestial Trade himself, Jiang Chen. Hans took his phone out of his pocket, then raised it while he continued to tremble. Although he knew it was not a smart move, he still couldn't stop himself from doing this. He was not far away from that Luer sedan. If he could capture a video, it would make the headlines. This is big news. The bullets hit the titanium armor and made a series of clunking noises, and sounded just like annoying mosquitoes. Jiang Chen held down the door to the car that was about to open, shook his head at the bodyguard in the car, then raised the tactical rifle in his right hand, and said silently in his mind. Peerless. The muzzle erupted into flames, and the bullets were connected to the hearts by straight lines. As the muzzle swept across the chaotic traffic, blood mists appeared one after another. A rifle grenade flew towards him, and the nitrogen shield popped open without missing a beat and blew the grenade along with its white smoke into the building on the side before it turned into a splendid flame in the air. Fortunately, Carlson escaped the bullet aimed at him. With his extraordinary combat awareness, Carlson dodged the bullet that would have left him dead and hurriedly reloaded the steel-core armor-piercing magazine. The brawny black man, who kneeled right across from him, was bleeding, as blood gushed out from his shoulder. He gritted his teeth while he placed the light machine gun on top of the front engine cover. Fu*K. The intelligence is wrong. We got a tough opponent, bang. A bullet exploded the black man's skull and punched a hole in the engine cover of the car. *T. Carlson cussed under his breath as he quickly dove to the ground and rolled behind another pickup truck. The speed of the ghost agents completely exceeded his expectations. Unexpectedly, in less than a minute, the sniper had already moved and was already behind them. The operation has failed. Carlson made a prompt decision, stayed on the ground, and crawled under the truck. However, before half of his body got under the car, he felt a large force that came from his legs. Jiang Chen stood by the truck and dragged Carlson up by the legs with one hand. As if he caught a little chicken, he pulled him from underneath the truck. As he knocked down the rifle stock that was aimed at him, Jiang Chen smiled lightly at Carlson before he pressed him against the hood. "Rebel? Are you from C state or T state? I won't say it even if I die." Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Carlson stared at Jiang Chen fiercely and said, "Really?" Jiang Chen shrugged, his voice floated out from the steel armor, "I hope you can still insist on that in a little while." In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of an express hotel, a man in a black suit held a pair of binoculars in his hand and looked coldly at the smoky street. When he saw Iron Man step out of the trunk of the Lure sedan, his pupils constricted slightly. He gently placed the binoculars on the table beside him, took out a satellite phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. Soon, the phone connected. Without any greetings, he spoke concisely. "Mission failed. How could it be? We miscalculated. I didn't expect that the Iron Man himself was Jiang Chen, Iron Man." Inside the presidential suite of a five-star hotel, Rockefeller, who held a glass of vintage red wine in his hand, was taken aback, and he subconsciously asked, "Which Iron Man?" Just halfway through his words, Rockefeller realized what happened. He suddenly remembered that the year before last year, Rothschild, together with the North American Jewish Consortium, planned a murder against Jiang Chen and Xi'an diplomats, and even got the CIB director on board in order to provoke a war between the two countries. This attack was regarded as the fuse of the direct conflict between celestial trade and the Freemasonry, and it also prompted the UA authorities to break up the Jewish Consortium. At that time, everyone speculated about who the Iron Man was, and that included Rockefeller and Morgan. However, they had zero leads until now. Unexpectedly, it was him. Rockefeller's smile was full of bitterness. They guessed a long time ago that the steel warrior who often appeared near Jiang Chen was probably a super soldier trained by celestial trade or an AI. However, the reality completely surprised them. The steel warrior turned out to be Jiang Chen himself. He had disguised himself too well. Yes, the man in black gulped down the dry lump in his throat, then nodded with difficulty, "This is our negligence." They were a special intelligence force trained by Rockefeller, mainly made up of former FBA agents or soldiers from the intelligence department of the UA Army's overseas forces. It was this force that enabled Rockefeller to stand up against other people. While he was slightly inferior to Morgan in capital management, he was better than the Emperor of Wall Street in other aspects. His ultimate goal was to become the second Rothschild. After a pause, Rockefeller spoke slowly. "I heard that there is something called truth-telling serum in celestial trade. Yes, it is said that it first appeared in the Ukrainian Civil War. The man in black nodded. The rebel has already lost. You should go back under cover, get Kane J to leave C State, and wait for me in Australia. After a pause, Rockefeller continued, I want to discuss something with him. Tell him to meet me in Melbourne. Canada was no longer safe. If Jiang Chen was assassinated, he could still stay here and wait for the situation in the UA to return to stability, then he would go back to clean up the mess. But now, assassination was now an unrealistic idea. Rockefeller did not expect Jiang Chen to not only possess capital and force, but his own combat power was also splendid. Okay. The man in black replied concisely and quickly hung up. At this moment, there was a soft sound of the string breaking at the door. Almost subconsciously, the man in black quickly threw away the satellite phone in his hand and put his hand into his suit. However, before he could pull out the gun, a strong gust of wind flew directly into his face from the front door. The man in black raised his hands out of reflex as he dodged to the side, but the kick still landed on him and he smashed right into the sofa. I usually don't hit women. The man stood up from the ground as he watched the ghost appear from thin air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned, then put his hands up in a boxing posture. Tell me your name. Bernice. I'm just passing by here, so it's useless for you to know. Bernice shrugged, and she didn't show any of the playfulness she had when she joked with Jiang Chen, only the indifference in front of dead people. There was a murderous vibe exuding from her aloofness. Bernice? The muscles of the man in black's mouth slightly twitched, and seemed like he was smiling, then the muscles in his entire body began to move as they began to swell violently. Housen, you can remember this name, he will leave you a memorable impression. At the same time as the sentence ended, the swollen fist slammed towards Bernice along with a roar and burst of air. However, the fist didn't land on Bernice, but instead, it seemed to hit into empty space, and a layer of white ripples formed in the air. Housen's pupils slightly constricted, but before he could figure out what had just happened, a huge force hit his abdomen and chin one after another. Blood gushed out of the 1.8-meter tall man's mouth, and he flew backwards before he smashed into the wall, slid down on the ground, and stopped moving. It's just a hidden genetic code, I have it too, Bernice waved her hand, and the solid-like nitrogen that had condensed on her fingertips dissipated. She watched Housen, who laid on the ground unconscious, coldly, and I have unlocked the second level. Alarms rang throughout the streets. Soon the Nouveau York City police blocked the entire street, assisted the ambulances that came afterward, and put those who were wounded by stray bullets onto stretchers. As for Jiang Chen, who stood at the center of the scene, as well as the celestial trade soldiers in armored vehicles next to him, no one interfered with them. For the Nouveau York City police, they could not interfere into the situation. The target has been captured. His name is Housen and he possessed a close combat superpower. His ability is probably to increase adrenaline and body muscle strength. The satellite phone was found in his room, and the technical team is tracking the signal source. Good job, Jiang Chen grabbed the collar of the unconscious Carlson and stuffed him into the armored vehicle that arrived for reinforcement, then he told Bernice through the communication module on the power armor, I'll leave the interrogation to you. I have a hunch that we can not only get rid of the C State rebels through this stupid attack, but we can also catch a big fish behind the string. I will. Bernice brought her lips together and smiled. After Jiang Chen ended communication, he looked to Zheng Yufei, the Commander-in-Chief of Celestial Trade North American Theater, who rushed to the scene. I apologize that this happened. I'll strengthen all inspection points in Nouveau York City for weapons, arrange patrols to increase the search efforts, and ensure that, Jiang Chen raised his hand and motioned to him to stop. Don't waste time apologizing to me. If I want to take all the guns from the citizens of this country, I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it in this lifetime. It's fine for this kind of attack to happen once in a while, but it will get annoying. While Jiang Chen spoke, he pointed to the unconscious rebel soldier, Carlson, in the armored vehicle. Give him the truth-telling serum. Ask where their people are and then send an orbital airborne brigade to teach them a lesson. Night gradually approached in sea state. Fully armed rebel soldiers patrolled the mountain road. A military green Hummer was parked beside the entrance at the foot of the mountain. Oliver walked to the Hummer, lit a cigarette, then asked the man that stood next to the vehicle. "How is Carlson?" "No news from him yet. With Jamie helping him, there shouldn't be any problems. I bet they're escaping from Nouveau York right now. You guys have terrible signal here, it was never as bad in T-State." The shirtless guy from T-State sat on the hood of the Hummer as he threw his phone into the car in annoyance. The man inside the car opened an eye, then slowly closed it and continued his rest. Oliver started to smoke a second cigarette while he repeatedly looked at the satellite phone in his hand. Based on his agreement with Kane J, whether they succeeded or not, they would speak to him. However, the strange part was that an entire day has passed, and he did not hear a single piece of information from Nouveau York. While he felt something was off, a figure suddenly appeared in Oliver's sight. Almost subconsciously, he and the guy from T-State next to him picked up their rifle at the same time and aimed at the figure who ran up from the path. When the man saw this, he hurriedly raised his hands and shouted in a suppressed voice. "Don't shoot. I'm friendly. It's Fielding." The T-State guy put down his rifle and gestured to Oliver next to him, "My man." At this moment Oliver also saw the man and put down his gun. However, when he saw the scratch marks on his clothes, as well as how terrible he looked, he frowned. "What's the rush? I remember you went to D-City to meet Eris. Why are you back? Bad news." Fielding gasped hard as he bent slightly down, put his hands over his knees and tried to gather his breath. "Eris, what's wrong? Speak clearly." Oliver frowned. After Fielding took a deep breath and calmed his breathing, he paused for about half a minute before he spoke again. "The Great Lake Armory factory was seized by Celestial Trade, Eris Ben's account was also frozen, and he is now wanted in the UA. The people who originally supported our cause were all terrified. Someone leaked my identity. If it weren't for the fact that I got out quickly, I would have been caught. *T, you can't do anything but run." The guy from T-State chuckled while he jokingly cursed. Fielding moved his lips and his expression was distorted. It was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. "Eris has been found, what shall we do next?" The man lying in the Hummer opened his eyes and looked at Oliver. "There are still people in CA State willing to support us, but the premise is that we have to let them see hope. Those people won't commit unless they see progress, not to mention they are now getting a lot of benefits from Celestial Trade. Many people have already swayed, we must let them see the hope of liberating the UA." At this point, a flash of viciousness appeared in Oliver's eyes. "Jiang Chen must die. We only have hope if he dies." "Those cowards from CA State," scolded the man from T-State. "Do you need me to take action?" The man that laid in the Hummer put on a baseball cap and sat up from his seat. Odin was his code name, no one here knew his real name. Even Oliver didn't know much about him. He was only certain about the fact that he was a patriot, and he stood on the side of the rebel. At the same time, he was also the strongest of the rebels, and the only one with supernatural powers. Even the guy from T-State didn't dare to provoke this young man. Because he never relied on muscles in fights, his supernatural ability could kill people, and he could even temporarily control a person if his mental power was overloaded. The person he controlled could perform simple actions such as shoot a gun or throw a punch. "Wait." Hesitation appeared briefly in Oliver's eyes, "only if there is no news from Carlson by noon tomorrow." Odin grinned with disdain. He did not hide his frivolous and arrogant expression. With two hands behind his head, he continued to rest against the chair with his eyes closed. "I said, if I went with them, this would not have been so troublesome. More than a dozen Moro and even Celestial Trade soldiers died in his hands. From Odin's perspective, he viewed himself as a hero in Hollywood movies that could save this great country from distress. Only he could defeat the invulnerable iron robots. However, neither Odin nor Oliver knew anything about true power. This level of supernatural power was perhaps powerful from their eyes because they had never encountered anyone else with superpowers. If they could kill Jiang Chen with a superpower, or rather, the unlocked hidden genetic code, then the Kurofune would have succeeded countless times before. What kind of power did Jiang Chen not see before? Not to mention, he himself was on the verge of unlocking the third level to the genetic code. If Odin was there at the time, Jiang Chen would be able to pinch him to death as if he was pinching an ant. At this moment, there was a brief spark of light in the air. Oliver raised his head, frowned and looked into the air, then muttered. What was that? What was that? The same question lingered in the heart of every rebel soldier. They had never experienced the Battle of the Capital. At first, they thought it was just a meteor shower, and then panic gradually appeared on their faces. They didn't realize what those things were until the iron coffins smashed right beside the cave of their munitions storage, right in the middle of their defensive position. They only realized what they were when they were knocked to the ground by the shock wave. NS-90. The legendary battlefield janitor. There were no civilians here. The soldiers that did not recognize the surrender agreement were rebels, and celestial trade was stopping the rebellion for the UA for free. Jiang Chen didn't plan to keep anyone alive to make the situation more difficult for the Trump administration. To kill them all or beat them into submission was far more effective than the trial. Once those ambitious people realized that they could not turn the situation around, they would naturally disperse. It was deafening. The reckless bullets raged inside the forest, and the sparks of fire seemed to light up the entire east side of the Rocky Mountains. At almost the same moment, Celestial Trade's NS-90s launched a simultaneous attack on more than 100 military targets, and more than 500 robots were sent to the battlefield. This kind of three-dimensional battle was much more advanced than traditional military concepts of positional warfare and frontline advancement. Only AI could complete the systematic command, and naturally only AI could execute it in an orderly manner. To kill was programmed in, and here, death was only the difference between 0 and 1. An NS-90 smashed into Fielding's back and crushed him as if it was attracted by some kind of beacon placed on him. Odin suddenly bounced up from the chair, and his pupils staring at the robot turned into crimson red in an instant. Spiritual shock. No one could stay awake under this power. However, what caught his sight was the muzzle and a flashing tongue of fire. Blood splattered along with the broken window glass. Odin, who slammed into the car door, had lost his life. To his death, he still didn't understand why his most proud ability lost its power. He didn't know that, although the NS-90 was still made out of metal, it was fundamentally different from the power armor. There was no one piloting the machine. Oliver and the T-State guy fought back in desperation. They used their flesh and body to defend against the merciless grind of the NS-90s. However, their attempt was futile as they quickly turned into two bodies, and collapsed onto the ground. The gunshots continued until midnight and then gradually stopped. It was not until the day after that the D-City Police, under the instruction of Celestial Trade, organized a search and rescue team to collect the bodies of these rebels. When they saw the dead bodies scattered everywhere, many young police officers couldn't stop vomiting, and many of them looked ghostly pale. Most of the police knew what these rebels were doing. Many people supported their cause and thought of joining them. From this moment on, all their unrealistic thoughts dissipated in the lingering smell of gunpowder. Even after a week, the bodies were still not cleaned up, and they started to smell. 2 months later, people could still find rotting corpses belonging to the rebel army on the mountain from time to time. Of course, that was another story. The mysterious Iron Man was actually Jiang Chen. Soon after the attack on the streets of Nouveau York, the power armor that appeared from the back of the Luer sedan instant became the focus of attention to the media of North America and around the world. it seemed to even surpass the attack itself. Although Celestial Trade and Nouveau York police did block the news to some extent, there were still videos leaked out from the scene. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's image overlapped with Tony Stark in the Marvel Universe. The two both possessed flying armors, and both were the owner of a large group, except that the former's assets and the size of his company were slightly more astounding. At the same time, the T-3 power armor was a bit more realistic compared to the nuclear fusion core. Many people could not accept the sudden change in his image, and there were also many fangirls who screamed frantically. As the president of Future Group and Celestial Trade, Jiang Chen himself has a lot of fans all over the world, especially concentrated on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean. Of course, Jiang Chen himself didn't take this episode too seriously, because more important issues waited for him to deal with at this moment. Empire State Building in Nouveau York. At the same time Celestial Trade launched an attack on the rebel force, a secret meeting was held on the top floor of this building. All the people on the list were invited to the meeting. When Otto Garcia was in the hallway and on his way to the conference room, he had a confident smile on his face. His steps were also full of energy. Earlier, he had already learned through the grapevine about Celestial Trade strategy in North America. And now the fact that he was invited to the meeting has already explained a lot. Whether it was his status as the chairman of Chase Bank, or because his beautiful daughter increased his bargaining power, Celestial Trade now took him into consideration. He stood out and became one of the few lucky ones out of the hundreds of invitees from yesterday. Backed by Future Bank, he would soon become one of the powerful people in Nouveau York after the war. Greeted by the waiter, Otto Garcia passed through the antique mahogany door and arrived at a red-carpeted conference room. When he got in the conference room, a dozen people was already here. When he saw the familiar faces, he nodded and smiled at the people who he had met once before. However, he couldn't help but feel surprised. There were many here with more powerful backgrounds, such as a power giant that almost controlled the entire North American power grid, a real estate tycoon with hundreds of billions of assets, and an internationally renowned financial mogul. Otto roughly counted the number of empty seats and estimated that about 25 people were invited. He took down the names of these people in his mind, then made up his mind that he would form a good relationship with these people after the meeting. With the support of the Future Group, they would become the most powerful people in North America. They would replace the old forces on Wall Street and become the new ruler of this land. Otto sat down and he didn't have to wait for long before all the participants arrived. Just 5 minutes before the start of the meeting, the mahogany door opened again. This time, the people in the room all stopped their chatter and focused their attention at the door. When they saw Jiang Chen appear, almost everyone looked surprised. They originally thought that someone else would lead the meeting instead of Jiang Chen. After all, the attack in the morning made headlines. For the financial giants that just left St. Regis, as long as they were not blind, they would not have missed the attack. Because of this, when they saw Jiang Chen, they were a little uneasy. If Jiang Chen blamed the attack on them or used the attack as an excuse to take more away from them, they could only take the hit and swallow down their teeth. They were only certain that the attack was supported by someone on Wall Street, given the fact they knew Jiang Chen's location so well. As for the fact who dared to plan an attack, they were also eager to know. If they learned the perpetrator behind the attack, they would gladly dirty their hands and get rid of that idiot to avoid the tyrant from blaming the entire Wall Street. You may have heard that I was attacked today. Jiang Chen seemed to read the worry of everyone present. He smiled, then continued, the assassin and the perpetrator behind the scenes have been found, and our people are already on their way. So don't worry, I'm not here because of that. Everyone was relieved and finally started to smile. Before they attended the meeting, except for a few people like Otto Garcia who learned a little bit of news through their own channels, most of them were confused and were anxious about the reason behind the meeting. Jiang Chen looked around, cleared his throat, and continued to speak. I've gathered everyone here today to talk to you about the future of this country, presumably everyone is well aware that Wall Street has suffered heavy losses in this war and the global economy is hurting. In order to accelerate the recovery of the global economy, we have decided to provide appropriate assistance to North American companies. Of course, we cannot help those who oppose us. For the long term of our covenant, I have to say a few words of caution. It took about 10 minutes. Jiang Chen concisely narrated to these people what he had said to Xia Xiyu, Loki and others. Almost as expected, the expressions on everyone's faces changed from dazed to interested, and finally, after Jiang Chen promised out the benefits, they all breathed quickly, and their expression gradually turned into fanaticism. Back on the subject, I have prepared a contract for everyone, which involves a series of cooperation such as loans, post-war reconstruction, global power grid in North America, a space elevator in the Western Hemisphere, etc. At this point, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then smiled. Of course, if there is anyone here who disagrees, or needs to consider their choice, you can exit now and we can discuss it later. No one moved. There was no need to think at all, and naturally, there was no objection. The North American power tycoon that sat next to Otto Garcia breathed heavily and quickly to the point where people around him began to speculate if he was having a heart attack. From the people gathered here today, he was the only one operating a power company. If Celestial Trade decided to contract out the global power grid for the entire North American region to him, he could quickly merge the competitors with the ultra-low operating costs and monopolize the entire country's power grid in no more than 10 years. He would become the true power tycoon. As for Otto Garcia himself, the fact that he could obtain loans from Future Bank and stop Deutsche Bank's acquisition would make him the savior in the eyes of the board of directors. As one of the largest banks in the world, the significance was self-evident. Jiang Chen looked at the expressions on the faces of everyone present with satisfaction. He then gestured to the assistant next to him and asked him to distribute the agreements. The second step to rule North America was now completed. From today onwards, everyone here was the Congress of Wall Street. Every congressman and every countrywoman was firmly tied to Celestial Trade and Future Group. Linked by interests and profits. Vehicles full of oil lined up on the horizon. This looks like a moving crude oil pipeline that entered Turkey from the IS and rebel-controlled area. They are driving to Turkey and the oil tankers will unload there, then drive back. We are discussing a commercial crude oil supply line controlled by Syrian terrorists. The oil is shipped from here, not from other places. We can see clearly in the air where these vehicles are going. Inside the old TV, the speech made by the Russian president at the International Security Summit was on. He said this a long time ago, but now it was a revisited subject. Inside the half-collapsed apartment building, militants with turbans around their heads stared at the man on the screen while they tightly grasped onto the rifle in their hands. Although their eyes were filled with hatred, more fear could be seen in them. Since last month, they had suffered consecutive losses. In fact, from the moment Xian's flag floated in the hand of the Statue of Freedom, many IS senior officials realized that it was all over. From that moment on, they had lost all their assistance. It was a miracle that they could rely on fervor to survive until now. The black blood was imported into the crude oil market from Turkey, turned into banknotes covered in blood, and finally flowed into the hands of the military-industrial complex, where they were exchanged with cannons and bullets. Whenever someone doubted on the necessity of a counter-terrorism strategy, they collude with enemies to launch attacks on their allies or even their own countries. Members of Congress were forced to compromise with the Department of Defense's new security budget, then those people would take a bite out of the cake. However, every bite was covered in blood, every bite was full of deception. Both the besieged and the defenders knew that it was the end. Eastern Syria, Al-Mayadin region. This city on the banks of the Euphrates River was once fertile and gave birth to the Mesopotamian civilization that flourished, but now the area was ravaged, destroyed, and left only starving people and countless bones that decorated the final madness of those extremists. The black-robed assassins lurked in the gray-yellow buildings buried by wind and sand, vowed to resist to the end. The Syrian government forces had launched 2 rounds of offensive, but each time they suffered heavy casualties. During the last attack, they made it all the way to the river bank, but in the end, they were still forced to withdraw from the city. The mercenaries of celestial trade continued their strategy of encirclement, as they surrounded the city and cut off all the channels for imported materials into the city. On the other side, Russian bombers dropped at least 20 aerial bombs into the city every day, and black smoke became a constant in the city. People died every day. However, death did not scare them, it just turned them more mad. About 20 kilometers away from Al-Mayadin was the Celestial Trade Operations Base. Russian bombers that carried out airstrikes landed on the runway here and returned to the direction of the Black Sea after refueling. Located in the center of the base of operations was the command post of this mercenary force. Since last month, officers from Celestial Trade arrived at the Syrian battlefield along with new equipment, and at the same time they had taken over the command of this force. The war to end all wars is over. The deputy commander that stood in front of the holographic screen slightly narrowed his eyes, as he watched the city from the perspective of a drone, then he said slowly, "Why are they still not surrendering? The besiege has already lasted for a whole month, and the stubborn IS armed forces in the Al-Mayadin area were on the verge of collapse." Without the secret support of the UA military-industrial complex, the black industrial chain that transfused blood to the IS was completely cut off. This war should have ended a month ago. Because they died long ago, death is a relief for most of them, the staff officer who stood next to the silent commander answered. Just then, the curtain of the barracks was lifted, and an officer walked in. "Report. We received an order from the General Command of New Moon Island," the officer said after he performed a clean military salute. "The Supreme Combat Command has issued instructions, spare no one." "Is this what your president wants?" a man with a Middle Eastern face asked in the command room. He was a guide sent by the Syrian government army, responsible for liaising with the mercenaries of the Celestial Trade, and also for solving some problems that could not be solved by weapons. He did not have any power to intervene in the decision-making. Although the phrase, "spare no one," made his heart tremble, he couldn't stop it. Even if Mr. Bossal stood in front of the officer, what could he do? After the fall of the UA, Celestial Trade became the new hegemon of this planet. As long as they desired, they could establish a new hegemony at any time. It was just Syria. The government forces and rebels were just powerless ants in front of the orbital airborne brigade. Probably so. The commander did not speak more with the Syrian guide, nodded, then looked to the staff officer. "What kind of weapon is the fastest?" "White phosphorus munitions," the staff officer replied. "We haven't used them since the beginning of the war, and we have plenty of reserves." "It's difficult, there are still civilians held captive in that city." The deputy commander sighed as he glanced out the window into the sky turned yellow by the endless amount of sand. "How many can there be? Regardless, it'll be problematic." The command room fell silent. After a long time, the Syrian guide swallowed down the dry lump in his throat, then spoke in an almost pleading tone while trembling. "Maybe there is another way. Let our people try again. Tomorrow we will launch another offensive. No matter what, it was their city. No matter how many innocent compatriots were left in the city, how many imprisoned sex slaves and hostages were still not killed, as long they could try to save. There will always be sacrifices in war." The commander raised his hand and interrupted the guide's words, then said in an absolute tone. "Whether it is an innocent civilian or a brave soldier, all lives are equal. Let those who should go to hell go to hell, let those who are already in hell be free, let go of those who are still alive. You still need them to rebuild your home. But why use white phosphorus munitions?" The Syrian guide still wanted to argue, but these people obviously didn't plan to say more. The commander waved his hand, and the 2 soldiers who understood the message stepped forward and politely invited him out of the command post. When the commander looked at the angry face that disappeared behind the curtain, he sighed softly in his heart. The so-called rhetoric was just an excuse. Only he could understand the meaning behind the president's phrase, spare no one. As a senior member of Celestial Trade, he was familiar about the background of that lady. Why did the weapons sent to the front line turn into white phosphorus munitions since the end of last month? The message from above was quite clear. And he was always aware of the intention.